Williams.
Here.
Weininger.
Here.
Pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, moving right into item number 4, which is a 10-minute discussion of superintendent performance rubric. If we all remember, we had a contract that said we would do an evaluation in March, and we voted as a board to move that to being complete by the end of June so we could have all 5 monitoring reports in. I talked with Council Klemesh and then referred to Kristen Egger from Kaplan and Ernst on how we should go through that process. So everyone should see an attachment. There we go. Thank you, Mr. Blair, for tonight. And the plan forward for discussion would be to use the attached rubric to assess the superintendent performance job description component to complement the monitoring reports that match up with our 5 end statements. So we would plan to come to the June 6th meeting prepared to provide, as individual directors, input on this rubric and assessment. We'll conduct it live in executive session as allowed for by law. During that time, Kristen Egger from Kaplan and Ernst will facilitate the discussion and then record individual ratings and feedback, which will then be combined and documented in written format to provide to the superintendent and to each board director via memo prior to the 20 June meeting. Also during June 6th, Kristen Egger will be available to explain performance disclosure protections that are provided to licensed superintendents as part of that evaluation being conducted in executive session. Then we'll come back at the June 20th regular board meeting, and we'll have a general summary of the superintendent performance based on the collective feedback and the 5 monitoring reports as drafted by Kaplan and Ernst, and we will do that presentation in public. So that is the proposed plan forward, and with that, I'll open it up to board members for any discussion. Director Ray.
Yeah, first of all, thank you, Director Peterson, for putting this together. And it looks like you pretty much just cut and paste the responsibilities from the policy, which I think is a great place to start with this. Are we at a point of suggesting some revisions to this tool? Is that what we're talking about tonight, or is this tool a done deal?
It's the tool that was recommended by Kaplan and Ernst because the recommendation, as you cited, is based on our existing policy for the criteria, and it was suggested that that's what has been done in similar boards all around the Denver metro area. If you have changes in either the rubric or you have changes in the way this goes forward, a live discussion is afforded by executive session with 7 directors and the superintendent with a facilitator, followed by, of course, the written the public one would be on the 20th. Sure. There are some slight differences of what we can discuss in private versus public that Ms. Egger will go over, but other than that, absolutely, if you have things you want to see changed or a change in the process for any board members, this would be the time to discuss it.
Yeah, just a couple of things I would recommend. One of the things is providing our superintendent an opportunity for self-reflection with this tool, because I think that's a really valuable piece of information for her to give us some thoughts about how she has seen herself accomplishing the responsibilities and the criteria that's there. So I would say that would be one component I would really advocate for. I also would advocate that we call this the superintendent's summative evaluation, just because I think that aligns to the contract language as opposed to a performance evaluation rubric, because I really don't feel like this is a rubric necessarily, because if we look at our site rubrics and things like that, it's very different. So I would advocate that we title it that aligns with the contract language of summative evaluation.
Yeah, I believe the written product that will combine summary of the 5 monitoring reports with whatever we do for the job performance side would be called the summative evaluation, because that must be delivered in writing. So good. That was the thought process behind there.
Yeah, and I think I would go back to just questioning whether this would be called a performance evaluation rubric. So I mean, what I'm hearing you say is we'll take both pieces, the summary of the monitoring reports and this particular tool, put it together, and that will become the summative evaluation. But I would really question the term rubric, because I don't believe that this is really what I would define as a rubric, even to the point to where I really think the performance rating descriptors are a little bit harsh when I read them, where things like absence free of defects and deficiencies. I mean, I think the first statement of each of these performance ratings to me suffices for our purpose, where excellent is possessing outstanding quality or superior merit that exceeds expectations, period. I think each of those first sentences covers that, but my fear is if we haven't really teased out the language for standards for the students or for the superintendent's performance, that we really would have a hard time validating what constitutes a defect or deficiency or whatnot. So that was my other question, and then my final thought was adding a category like policy governance onto this tool, because I would agree that it's two-dimensional in that we have the monitoring reports as well as this tool to provide an evaluation mechanism for our superintendent, but I thought it might be just as simple for us just to have a policy governance category that just says something along the lines of the degree to which the superintendent has demonstrated compliance with the executive limitations, and monitoring reports that provide sufficient evidence showing progress toward the Board of Education's end statements. I just think that would make it cleaner where it's all in one tool, that the monitoring reports are pretty much, they stand alone in my mind. But for as far as the superintendent's evaluation, I think it'd be nice for us to have it concise, all in one place, and everything together, as opposed to two separate or 5 separate documents for the monitoring reports and this one for that. And then my only other recommendation would be a category just called professional growth and development, because I think it's important that we're encouraging our leader to grow, and it's important that we acknowledge her efforts to grow professionally. And I know she's talked about having a coach, a professional coach, and I think we want to acknowledge that, because I think that is really very smart on her part to be thinking about how do I continue to improve myself as a leader. So I don't think that particular category is mentioned in our tasks or in this particular tool, so I would just add that as a category as well. So I know I dumped a lot of stuff out there, so I'm amenable to conversation around those things.
Yeah, so if we can go through those, and then we'll come back to other directors' concerns, so we don't lose them. I'm perfectly amenable to just modifying the title to Superintendent Performance Evaluation Summary, and then we can call the combined document the summative evaluation. Would like to open it up on the second page, if you can go there, Mr. Blair, to the descriptors of the ratings 5 through 1. What I think I heard from you, Director Ray, was you're happy just with the first statements, the first line in each one, possessing outstanding quality or superior merit that exceeds expectations. Second one, meritorious quality that meets all expectations requirements, and just getting rid of all the nuance. I'd be happy to do that as long as all 7 directors and the superintendent understands what those mean. So I'll open that up for discussion on that point by all directors at this point. Director Williams.
I actually agree, because as you said, free of deficits and deficiencies in order to get a 4 or higher, I mean, that would be impossible for anyone. So I think that taking those out is probably a good idea.
Any other directors' comments on the performance rating definitions? Director Meek.
So I agree they're harsh, but I kind of like the idea of having definitions. It provides a little bit of clarity so that we're rating similarly. So I wonder if it's worth maybe tweaking the descriptors. But I know for me, it helps me when I'm putting a number down if I have a little more clarity on how I'm supposed to be judging.
Other directors, before I go back to Director Ray, just on the point of the definitions, because we want it to be clear, obviously. And obviously I erred on being concise over brief, which is probably a fault of mine, but any other comments from other directors? So far, we've got 2 directors that want to simplify, 1 that wants to tweak. Any other director inputs on the ratings?
I mean, perhaps instead of free of defects, deficiencies, and significant variations, we have free of significant deficiencies or something to that effect.
Director Ray?
Yeah, and I want to just say that I'm not objecting to these because of the harshness, but I just think the language is difficult. I mean, I agree with Director Meek, if we can be more specific, even better. But the checklist of responsibilities really don't allude to looking at standard type language. I mean, it's pretty much either you did it or you didn't. And that's where I'm having a hard time with the notion of deficiencies and defects. And I think, as Director Williams alluded to, we want this to be a growth document too. We don't want to just say, boom, you've got all these defects and deficiencies and you're scored at a 4. We want to be able to encourage professional growth. So that's where I guess I take objection to the term, especially defects.
Yeah.
Does not seem like a descriptor that I would be okay with. Maybe deficiency, but even that seems a little bit harsh, so.
What if we just keep the last line, last sentence for each of the items, maybe looking at that?
I'd be amenable to that, too.
So, I'm sorry, I'll go to the superintendent here in a second. So basically, first and last of each one, that seems to be, I'm just looking at them right now, that seems to be a good medium and takes out some of the harshness. Superintendent Kane?
So we do have terminology that's standard throughout our district in the evaluations that we do for district employees. I don't know if that would be helpful, but for example, highly effective is a 4. The employee frequently takes initiatives to solve problems and improve processes, is a subject matter expert, is innovative, significantly impacts positive outcomes for the district, would be highly effective. So that's how every employee, I can read the rest if you would like, but that's how every employee in the district is evaluated. I don't know if it would be helpful to align language to what we do with everyone else.
I would say yes, if I with an exclamation mark, because I think that's the one thing we want to start doing is modeling the same kind of process that we take our employees through with our superintendent. And so I would definitely be agreeable to that.
And is that a 4-point or a 5-point? I'm just curious. We can align to either one.
Let's see, we have 4 points for highly effective, 3 points for effective, 2 for partially effective, and 1 for ineffective.
Director Myers?
Does that, are we getting rid of excellent, good, fair, poor, and then we're going to the highly effective, which I'm more familiar with? Highly effective, yes.
It was just a suggestion if you would
Yes.
like to align to what the rest of our system is doing,
District
but
is
that way
doing.
you don't feel like you have to sit up here and reinvent the wheel, because
Correct.
we do have this language in our system, if it's helpful.
There seems to be some nodding, so it sounds like we will replace all of page 2 with the 4-point scale as used by the rest of the district, and then what I'll do is I'll just realign the matrix, not the rubric, to a 4-point system. And then the only recommendation there would be come with supporting comments, because not only would Ms. Egger record numerical and things like that, we want to definitely have the supporting commentary for why each director provided the rating that they did. Moving to the last 2, and then again, we'll open it up to other directors. Director Ray, you talked about possibly adding something in addition to the existing policy, and that policy, just for everybody, is CBA-CBC, which is, funny enough, named Qualifications, Powers, and Responsibilities of Superintendent, parentheses, job description. So I guess I have 2 quick thoughts on it. One, I wouldn't be adverse to adding to it, but maybe that's something that we would do next round, and if we think that we need to expand our superintendent policy job description, that we would add additional references to that. But again, I'm kind of neutral. I could add a bullet or 2 around policy governance and executive limitations, and 1 bullet around professional growth and development if all 6 additional directors think that would be helpful. Any comments on those two additions as proposed by Director Ray? Director Meek, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm fine with those additions. I think they make sense.
Any other director comments on those additions or anything else on the process or how we're going to move forward in June? Director Ray.
Just one other question. I think oftentimes on evaluations, we do kind of a summative or a summary comment. So we evaluate, we comment on each of the descriptors, and then at the very end, there's kind of a general commentary. And I think why we've done that in the past specifically is when we had superintendents under a performance pay system, we were also able to denote in that, or document in that final summary section that we're recommending that the superintendent receive X percentage of an increase going into the next year. So it's really just a way for us to document. I know in Superintendent Kane's contract, she used to receive the same increase that the administrative staff receive, but so it could be something that just gets restated in that final summary box, if you will, that just acknowledges that she will be receiving that, based on the evaluation, she will be receiving that increase for the upcoming school year, or something of that lines.
I'll add another general comments thing at the end. And again, all of this, the intent is to take the monitoring reports, which we don't need to re-discuss in specific detail because we've already approved those as a board of 7, but to merge those with all the performance around job rating and commentary, including those general comments, and that'll be the summative evaluation that we discuss in public on the 20th. So I think that's a great addition as well. Any other, Director Williams?
Just a quick comment. You had mentioned a self-evaluation, and I guess I kind of view the monitoring reports a little bit more like a self-evaluation, so she's kind of already doing that throughout the year. So I don't know that there's a necessity for another one because she's kind of doing that as we move.
Yeah, and the only reason I was recommending that was because this tool is new, that she hasn't self-reflected on. You're right, the monitoring reports, indeed, she has done that publicly, and I think that takes care of that component of the evaluation, but when it comes to these specific responsibilities, she hasn't. So I thought it would just be an opportunity for her to reflect on those as well.
Director Meek.
Yeah, I had a question around the self-reflection as well, just making sure, that makes sense. I know it's very common for superintendents to do self-reflections, and I think the process would be, we as a board would receive the self-reflection before we go in, and that actually helps us think through our own evaluation as well. And I think, is that the way you have seen it used, Director Ray?
Yeah, it is, and I think it gives, because we don't supervise Superintendent Kane like a principal supervises a teacher. We don't go to her meetings. We don't shadow her and see her in action. So I think it gives her a chance to link certain data points that we don't know anything about, whether it's the DLT meetings or whatever that might make sense when it talks about a certain responsibility. So I think it just gives her that ability to validate that she indeed has met those beyond just what we've observed as individuals.
Superintendent Kane, any comments on providing a self-reflection component prior to the first meeting in June?
I don't think I have any comments. It would depend on the deadline. This is obviously an extremely busy time of year, so I'm just thinking through my priorities and how much time I would need to devote to it. So it would kind of depend on the deadline, but I'm happy to do that.
Okay, the deadline, we'd be looking to do the evaluation on the 6th, so it would be prior to the 6th of June.
But it would have to be enough time for you all to do your part. So would you advance that a week? Would you advance that 2 weeks? Like, what would you need?
I would say as long as we have it prior to the live meeting, it'll just qualify each individual director's opinions, and it may move them one way or other through new information. I would just expect the directors come prepared on the 6th, hopefully having read that self-reflection and then just bringing their own ideas across the board to contribute live at that meeting. We don't plan on doing any type of offline group assessment prior to that meeting.
Okay.
Director Ray.
Well, I would just say, I don't think we want to rush it, and I do want to, I I think we need to give some grace to our superintendent who is asking us for more time. And so I know that we're trying to get it done before the end of June, but I think as long as we conduct a conversation by then, we still meet the requirements of the contract. So I think we should give her as much time as she feels she needs to do the self-reflection, because I think that's an important piece we don't want to rush. And you did a beautiful job back in, 2018, when she was our interim, and so she's certainly has done this before and has a good framework for what that looks like. So, but I don't think we should rush and stress out our superintendent at this time of year. So I would be okay with us adjusting our timelines.
Any other comments on this item? Okay, we will move forward. I'm sorry, go ahead, Director Meek.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if it would make sense to qualify the board as a unit to ensure that, it's clear. So for example, page 3 of 8, item E, report to the board as a unit, the progress and status of the programs and activities of the school district. And then under relationships, the first item, act as executive officer subject to supervision by the board as a unit. We all know the board is the 7 of us. Is there a way to just clarify that somewhere? I don't know if it has to be on each item, but if it's clarified that,
I think we can just clarify that live on the criteria. Again, these are literally word for word verbatim cut and paste out of our current policy, and I think that's something, if we come back and revisit that policy, those would be great additions and changes, but they were just cut and paste.
as long as we're all in agreement, the board means the 7 of us speaking as a board. Okay.
Director Hansen.
I'm just not certain where we left timing, and I'm sure Superintendent Kane is unclear as well. Are we doing this on the 6th with her input, or are we pushing the deadline down the road?
Yeah, my plan was still to conduct the initial board feedback at that time, and then we could temper, because we need to have a discussion in public prior to the end of June. So I think the answer would be to proceed forward on the 6th with the executive session to provide live feedback, followed by a public discussion of whatever that looks like at that time, but then continue to accept superintendent feedback either at the 20th meeting or sometime in the future to give her extra time.
I'm not sure that our public discussion gives Superintendent Kane the best opportunity for true self-reflection. I would really like that process to be separated so that it can be authentic.
Yeah, maybe that's something we'll have to take offline, because when I'm looking at section 6.1, we do need to provide some form of not just a discussion. The minimum, the evaluation shall include a meeting, and then a meeting in March, but it still does require us to provide a written performance. So Director Ray, if you, since I'm relying on your expertise having done this before, I'm just quoting section 6.1 of the contract. The board shall evaluate and assess in writing the performance of the superintendent at least once during the term of this contract. So that leaves the written portion, I guess, open, as long as we conduct the formative evaluation with the meeting, and it used to say March, we waived it to June. So as long as we conduct a June 6th session, we could wait to have the public discussion of the superintendent based on the written document at a later date. We're not bound by June if that's the way you read it in the contract.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm not sure, and that's what Director Hansen's questioning is.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if we have to do 2 meetings in June. If we conduct that meeting on our June, is it June 20th? Is that the last board meeting?
We could do 20th is our last one prior to the break in July.
Yeah.
So we have a couple options here. We could either conduct an executive session on the 6th as proposed, and then at some time later, if we're reading the contract the same way, we could deliver a written and public evaluation based on that written document. At some point, we have to deliver a written document. The other option is we just push off an executive session and the whole live discussion until the 20th of June, knowing that that meets the June deadline for having the conversation, which is what it seems is the sticking point. Now, that would leave a public discussion not until August, because we'll be out of session in June. So that would push off the written summary and the public discussion of that for the first meeting in August.
I guess I think if we have that conversation, we have the self-reflection, we have the conversation with our notes of how we are responding to each of the criteria, the summary can be written pretty easily after that, just from listening to our conversation. I mean, I think Renee could certainly capture what we've discussed, right? Yeah. So I don't see that we need to have another public session in August, but I think it just, to me, gives more time. And I'm not real clear on the executive session, why we're in need of an executive session, unless Superintendent Kane has requested that.
That was the advice given by Kristen Ager on how these are usually performed. And again, she would cover some of the protections and disclosures afforded to superintendents. There are some things which should certainly be made public. There are some things which should be kept in executive session. So that would be part of it. And in fact, her advice to me when we were discussing this process was there's not even actually a requirement for a public meeting. It would just add to the transparency. What we do need to comply with is we must do something in writing as a summary of everything that's been done, and that must be provided, and we must have the meeting to have the discussion to meet with the contract. Superintendent Kane.
If I may, I think in the past, unless I'm mistaken, because it was quite some time ago, but I believe the write-up was brought into executive session, and that the evaluation was conducted during executive session, and a final write-up agreed to by the Board of Education, or just drafted by the Board of Education, then that document was approved at a board meeting versus a point-by-point discussion in a board meeting. That was my recollection, and I'm looking at Director Ray because
We've done
he
it
would be the
multiple-
only one who was there at that time, but
Yeah.
that is my recollection of how it was done. And then the document itself, of course, was a public document that was posted on our school district's website.
Having experienced 4 different superintendents, we've done it probably 4 different ways. So I don't know that there's a consistent way of doing it. It was always my understanding, at least, though, that as far as executive session, that you, Superintendent Kane, had the option of whether or not that should be discussed in executive session, or if you would want that, your evaluation discussed in public. I didn't think that it was an automatic, we automatically go to executive session no matter what, so.
Yeah, just to clarify, anything involving personnel matters in executive session, the individual being discussed must be named, but that individual has the right to exempt out of executive session.
Right.
The tradition, again, according to Ms. Ager, is that it is usually done in executive session unless the person opts out.
Right. So I think we're kind of in this unique place of being able to jointly, collaboratively decide what makes the most sense. Because one, I want us to make sure that we're honoring you and giving you plenty of time in this process, so we're not just rushing it. So I think, we do have contract language, but I think ultimately we want to say, what's going to benefit our superintendent? What is going to benefit her in terms of the feedback she desires from us as her board?
So what I've heard, if I could offer a new proposal based on the discussion and everything, maybe we avoid everything on the 6th to give our superintendent more time to write a self-reflection piece. We could just go into executive session on the 20th, vote to go in unless the superintendent opts out, conduct the live evaluation. Everything will be aggregated by Ms. Ager at that to meet the written document requirement, and then we could just approve that summary. I will have to talk to Ms. Ager. I don't know if it's possible at the same meeting. We could come out, and depending on her skills, we could either approve that, or we could do it just at a later meeting where we accept that as a board and enter it into the record where it's available, for folks to view. First, I'll start with the superintendent. Does that work better for a timeline based on priorities and things going on with yourself?
Well, I will certainly make your timeline work because I don't want to put us out of compliance. So I will do whatever is necessary. If I have to finish it by the 6th, that's fine. It's just going to be a challenge with graduations in the end of the year. If I have until the 22nd, that's better, or the 20th, that's better. And I don't see any reason, certainly The process, as I've understood it from my colleagues, is that evaluations happen in executive session, and that would be my preference as well, because I'd like to be able to have a candid conversation and get real feedback and be able to be vulnerable and be reflective, and, have that summary out in public, so it's also transparent. So if, the board is asking what my preference is, that's my understanding of how it's done in other districts, so I don't see any reason to do it differently. But again, I will have a self-evaluation ready for whenever the Board of Education requires it.
Other directors' thoughts on the 20th executive session to give the superintendent more time, Director Ray?
My only thought is I don't think it would put us out of compliance to approve the written summary at an August date as a consent agenda, because I think we've conducted it. We all are, we've heard each other's input, and so I think just curing it by putting on the consent agenda in August would be fine, not feeling rushed to get the written document done. But yeah, everything else sounds great to me.
Any final comments by other directors? And I appreciate the discussion, which is why it's on the agenda for tonight's special meeting, so we didn't kind of flounder into something. Director Meek.
Just to be clear, we are now shooting for June 20th, and the superintendent will have a little bit more time for the self-reflection. And if we could have the self-reflection by the Friday, the 16th, that would give us the weekend to look at it before we meet. Would that work? Okay.
Okay, and with that, now we will move on to the next item, which is Policy ADB, Educational Equity, Director's comments and markup. We've allotted an hour and 40 minutes for this. And with that, thank you, Mr. Blair. And we'll start with that. I will go back to some quick comments around this for Director Ray's benefit, because he was off. This draft, everything you see there that's in red is a deletion. It's a little hard to see on our screen, but anything that's in blue was an addition. The black is all the original words that's there. And when I drafted this as a starting point for the seven of us to talk about, I had 5 specific goals in mind. The first was to assume positive intent and try to keep a good portion of the original. The second was to focus on what educational equity should look like in Douglas County, not a state level, not a national level, things like that, but to explicitly link it to our mission, our vision, and some of the survey and feedback results, so it's Douglas County specific. The third was to address concerns with ambiguity and a lack of specific language cited in some of the feedback. Fourth was to provide some specific outcomes to be achieved. Those link back to the survey or our mission. And then the fifth was trying to make it easy to get right and difficult or impossible to get wrong. So with that, I'd like to take this up as we did with the legislative priorities back last year to kind of move through this paragraph by paragraph. I know we have some people, or I believe we have some people that don't want to see any changes, some that may want to see significant changes, some they're in between. You've kind of seen my opinion here on the screen, but it's over to the 7 of us to decide how to move forward with that. And with that, I will start with any other director macro comments, knowing that we're here to work on the policy and not debate. As Director Hanson can tell you, we could debate for hours concepts and things. But at this point, I'll turn it over to Director Hanson.
So this is a bit of a concept question, but it really has just been going through my mind over and over again since our last conversation. I believe it was Director Winiger who made the comment that she was unclear if this policy was to address a culture within our district. And I feel like before we can even dig into the specific line-by-line revisions, we need to have a conversation about that. When I initially voted for this policy, it was absolutely about a culture within our district. And I feel like a lot of the changes that have been made have narrowed that focus more to addressing access. And access is something that's required by law. So I feel like by narrowing it, it really waters down what my initial hopes for this policy were. And I feel like it's important to have at least a broad level conversation about what our purpose is as a board. And I know there's a purpose section, but I feel like that's a really critical starting point to agree on.
Sure, I'll open it for directors on that, again, knowing that we're supposed to be talking about the policy and not broad things, but as to the intent, you can see what I added there. I believe that to be the intent of, quote, educational equity. It was around those three items, so I don't need to rehash what's on the screen. I'll turn it over to other directors for their comments. Director Williams.
So I feel like I've said before, for me, it's more about just clarifying what it is that we're looking for and not having interpretation. And I understand we have ADBR, but when you can have another superintendent come in and do something completely different with the same exact policy, to me, that means the policy is not clear. And so I think Director Meek, you brought up when I was on the DAC, I didn't come forward and say big things about a policy or anything, because at the time I was like, well, probably nothing wrong. But then when I saw the way that it was being implemented, for me, that wasn't what I felt the intention was or what I would have intended. So that's why I feel like there has to be some clarity.
Question for
Director Ray.
Just a question for Director Williams. So I'm not sure I'm understanding how this was completely interpreted differently with another superintendent. So can you elaborate on that? That will just help me with my frame of mind of understanding what clarity you feel like is missing.
Sure, I feel like there were privilege walks happening at some schools where it was held under the definition of equity, or that's where it was being put. There were, in my opinion, PD groups that were brought in that weren't what I would hope for this district or for our kids. And that's kind of what I.
So you feel like the privilege walk activity was a direct implementation of this policy? And I know the PD group that you're mentioning had nothing to do with this policy. It was actually tied to our strategic plan. But so I think I'm beginning to understand your apprehension and your need for clarity. But I would just probably push back that I don't think that was necessarily a superintendent interpreting the policy differently. I think under Superintendent Kane's leadership, there's privilege walks that have occurred as well. I don't think that was a directive of hers or a directive of former Superintendent Wise. So.
Director Williams.
Which is why I would say that there needs to be clarity. So that
Right. Which I think the clarity comes from the ADBR that superintendent laid out for us. I know Director Peterson acknowledged that I wasn't here, but I did review it and watch very carefully the meeting. But I think that's where I'm a little confused with why we're putting time and effort into wordsmithing something that we know, regardless of what we're going to say, someone's going to try to misinterpret it. I think you said it, Director Peterson, there's no such thing as a perfect policy. I can go through some of these words that you've added in here, and if I want to play devil's advocate, I can say they're controversial as well. And so I think what is confusing to me is that what we haven't really dealt with about this policy is how it was developed. Every line in this policy was linked to research. Research that had gone on for 8+ years. There was an equity group for 8+ years before 2019, before this policy was even drafted, that spent a lot of time researching, developing themselves in this whole area of diversity, equity, inclusion. And what I find problematic is for the 7 of us who are not experts in diversity, equity, and inclusion, that we're tinkering with somebody else's policy that was the compilation of a lot of years of work before it even came to the board. And so, and I would tell you, it just saddens me that, we have a director of equity in our district. Where has her voice been? We have Dr. Chris Page. Where is his voice? And these are people that were instrumental in drafting and developing themselves into that expertise. And so all of a sudden now we're spending these hours to tinker with a policy that I don't know if what the impact will be to tinker with it, because they were the ones that researched it well enough to know that these were best practices and these were things that needed to be said. So, so I'm concerned, and I don't know if that gets to Director Hansen's question, but I'm concerned that we think that we have the ability to tinker with this when I don't think the seven of us collectively have the expertise to do that. And we're not calling on the expertise that we have internally to help us with that. So that's kind of how I would lead off with my concern right now with the work
Yeah.
we're about to do.
Well, I'd just like to respond. Obviously, Dr. Page, Dr. Lanning, and Dr. Rummel's voices are well reflected. If you look back on the original reading of this policy, when you look back to the February 16, 2021 meeting, specifically at the 3-hour and 8-minute mark where this policy is read and introduced, it's very clear that those are three of the main, quote, expert authors. But if you also look back to some of the contemporary things that were written at that time, when you look at different articles, coverage, I mean, I was there listening to stuff. We used to have Jessica Gibbs cover this board, and when you look at the articles she ran, it was very clear that the experts ironically lack diversity. We had folks that are, quote, DEI experts, but I think the question that I'm asking is a DEI policy appropriate for this district as written and implemented? DEI becomes a thing when you put those words together. Where I came from, the military, we had boats, ships, and we had aircraft. When you put them together and it becomes an aircraft carrier, it becomes a very different thing. When you put the words diversity, equity, and inclusion together, it becomes something that's more than the parts. If we wanted to rename this, what if we called it the mega policy, make equity great again, right? Think about that. It's a little tone deaf, because once you put those words in a particular order, it's something greater than the words. And I do not doubt or question the expertise of the people that worked on this policy. However, we are the experts when it comes to policy for the board. We are the ones, the 7 board members, that should take ownership of what and the why, what the intent of any, whether it's climate, whether it's to guide implementation. We should stay out of the how, but we are the ones as a group of 7 that should not be deferring things. I can cite numerous examples, certainly in the last 2 years, where deference to quote-unquote experts led to some pretty deleterious results. So any other directors to comment? Director Weininger and then Director Meek.
Well, I just mostly wanted to say that thank you to those who did write this policy. It takes a lot of work to write a policy, but I agree it is on the board to own the policy and edit it, and not just to rely on outside parties exclusively. So I think editing this is more than okay by the board. And I kind of wanted to get started on talking through the policy, if that's okay, or do you want to keep?
Yeah, I'll let Director Meek make a comment, and then we'll come to, and Director Hansen. Then again, I would also like to, again, not have a philosophical discussion on equity versus equality or things like that, but to move into looking at what we believe is a group of 7. Again, there's no actions taken tonight on this policy other than input. It'll be brought back up at a later meeting. Director Meek, go ahead.
Thanks. I've been thinking a lot about one of our primary responsibilities as a board, which is, demonstrating the organization's accountability to our public. And the buck stops with us. We're the ones that are sued, right? It's not the public, it's not the staff, it's the board. And one of our primary responsibilities is accountability to our public. And our primary method for ensuring accountability is through monitoring the performance of the organization. And as one board member, I feel this board and the superintendent have failed our citizens in following through when it comes to the accountability in the area that we're going to discuss tonight. So in March of 2021, like we said, the equity policy was passed, the educational equity policy was passed. The following year, we had a monitoring report scheduled for this policy, and instead of following through on that important accountability role, the newly constituted board chose to fire the superintendent without cause after a very contentious conversation on the need for that monitoring report. And, unfortunately, it's 15 months down the road, and we missed an opportunity last September when we did review the academic excellence monitoring report, and while it provided some very valuable information, I flagged some information that was missing. It was around equitable access to education. And it fits perfectly into the kind of monitoring that would be done, on this policy. Unfortunately, my urging to include this content was met with a comment, we can fit in equity later. That's what was said. We'll fit it in a future monitoring report. We have yet to do that. We're now more than 2 years from when the passage of the educational equity policy was passed. Not one word has changed, but there's this continual refusal to fulfill our accountability role around this area. And, Superintendent Kane, I'm not sure why this policy isn't implemented and why we don't have metrics reported around this policy and around equitable access, because the policy has been in place. So, this concern has been brought up over and over every time we talk about this policy. And while I contend that's some of the reasons for wanting to have this conversation that were stated was that this policy is harming students, and that's why we needed to revisit it. That was some of the comments and reasons given. Well, I contend that students are harmed by our lack of action in actually demanding that monitoring is happening in this area. And this is just not acceptable. When 12% of our students are students with disabilities and they have special challenges in accessing their education, we need to have a systemic look at our system. I mean, it's our job. That's our responsibility. Yet we're not doing that in our monitoring, and this is unacceptable. And 30% of our students are students of color. Bullying and racial slurs have been raised as serious concerns, yet instead of demanding statistics to help us understand what is truly happening, we are more focused on wordsmithing a policy. When we remain silent instead of issuing a statement condemning racist comments that recently occurred in one of our schools, and it's widely covered in the news, we're actually violating the language in the educational equity policy that states the Board of Ed shall not condone biased, inequitable, racist, or exclusive practices by its staff, students, leadership, or any other community member. When we review a first reading of a bullying policy that states we will develop procedures, how is this acceptable? So all of this leads me to asking a very simple legal question. Does continuing to revise and edit language in the educational equity policy open us up to potential litigation? Specifically, one, no legal changes have prompted changes. Typically, policies change if there's a change in the law. Two, the superintendent and staff have not suggested revisions. And, consider the directive that was provided to the superintendent. No recommendations were given. If you think back to soon after former Superintendent Wise was fired, Director Weiniger gave an interview, explaining that, we needed to change our direction and we needed a superintendent with a backbone to carry out our vision. Well, our new superintendent had no recommendations for us. Third reason, when the educational professionals who work with students on a daily basis in the classroom, and they're the experts in education, they overwhelmingly asked the board not to change the policy in a formal written letter to this board. 4, the Hanover survey on this topic did not elicit needed policy changes. And lastly, and most importantly, when our actions are simply delaying real, meaningful progress in an area, we need to be demonstrating we are committed to work in this area. So does continuing to revise and edit the language in this policy open us up for litigation? Because we're not looking into actual monitoring data and moving forward in this really critical area.
Thank you, Director Meek. My only comments on the monitoring is maybe the reason we haven't been able to get very specific monitoring is the lack of concise language. I would put it to you that if you look at items numbered 1, 2, 3 up there, it gives you 3 very specific areas to monitor. Some of those we're already monitoring, some can be better monitored. And the fact that we are putting in monitoring reports this school year for the first time suggests that perhaps monitoring wasn't a priority for previous boards. With that, again, without going through process, because we are not here to discuss process on the item, on the agenda item, but we are due to move through, I will start
Point of
with-
information,
Go ahead.
can I mean, it really was a serious question. Are there legal implications for not addressing monitoring in a policy when, and for continuing to change language when there are reasons for us to be asking for monitoring?
We have a monitoring report that links to the top area, academics, which I believe is the one you were referring to, the first goal or the first end of this district. That monitoring report does refer to its sub-parts of it, including equity and access. This policy, not the one on the board, but we have an ADB in place, and there was nothing that deactivated or rescinded that policy. That policy, in fact, is still in effect as we speak at this moment until it's changed by the board. We have changed plenty of policies that link to our other 5 goals and that first goal, and changes in any of those policies, I do not believe, expose us to any liability in areas. I could go to Council Klemesh and ask if she believes that changing policies, any policy in the district, has some legal exposure, unless we're obviously violating CFR, that would open us.
My comment in that regard is that legal counsel will not comment with respect to legal matters in public session. And so if that's a question where the board would like a memo in that regard, that's attorney-client privilege, that's certainly something our department can do.
Okay, but I believe, Council Klemesh, if any amendments are offered by any director tonight that you would believe would cause us risk, you would highlight that, and we could take that into executive session to receive your advice in executive session if that were appropriate. Is that correct?
Certainly, this board can go into an executive session upon 2/3 vote of the board members present here this evening, if that's so desired. However, I would say that there are times when any legal analysis may require more time than what might be available to us in an evening and on the spot. So I certainly would want to assure that we would have sufficient time to answer any legal questions as we carefully consider them as they are raised. But certainly it would be inappropriate in our view to discuss anything or to give legal advice to the Board of Education in public session.
And last comment on that, if any proposed changes were carried forward to a future meeting, as with all policies, we could submit that as a board, as a draft to you for legal review and comment, and you could prepare a memo to the board prior to those items being taken for a vote if you had any recommended changes or concerns of a legal nature, correct?
That's correct, Director Peterson.
And we do that with pretty much every policy that we bring forward, correct?
I never say never, and I never say
Yeah.
always as an attorney, but we try our best to review policies to conform with legal obligations of the school district.
Okay, thank you, Council Klemesh. Okay, and without further ado, I would make one sweeping recommendation. If you see up there, we have a reference to Douglas County School District, Board of Education just being referred to as the board, and we have the Douglas County School District just being referred to the district. I would propose that we just make those sweeping administrative changes throughout the document and just use board or district as appropriate. But with that, we have the first paragraph available on the screen for Mr. Blair. With the exception of those 2 administrative changes, there are no recommended changes in the first paragraph from the current ADB policy. Does anyone have any comments on the first paragraph? Director Weiniger.
I actually had a comment on the title. I know that when people have talked about equity, they're like, well, read our policy and see how we define equity. I think it'd be wise to put the definition in the title, and I'm just going to use what we use in the actual policy, saying it refers to providing all individuals with fairness and respect. So an idea I had was to maybe call this the educational environment of fairness and respect, and maybe like formerly known as educational equity, or maybe educational equity dash environment of fairness and respect. Just some ideas out there, because I do think that that is important to have, and that someone's going to read this and come to their own conclusions on what equity means, rather than reading what our definition is on it and how we feel about it as a district. So I think putting it in the title just puts it front and center. No questions on what we're talking about, just my thoughts.
Any director comments on a title change? My only comment would be is if we're going to unpack that definition of what, quote, educational equity means throughout the document and specifically give a definition in the document, I would just advocate for the shorter title, but I understand your intent. Any other, Director Myers?
Could we possibly look at just, and I know shortening the title is better than lengthy, and I'd look at maybe equitable education, which would be fair and impartial education. Can we just do that instead of our educational equity? I mean, I think going forward that, and I think I addressed this at the last board meeting, that it was very important that we are inclusive of all of Douglas County. And I think hopefully that some of the public comment, the emails, through the surveys, you have heard that there needs to be some changes, whether it's in language or whatever, that can we look at maybe just saying equitable education? That would be my suggestion.
And again, before we go too far, I appreciate the comments, but my suggestion would be to stick to macro things rather than getting down to micro words. If you have words that need to be added or changed because they're important, absolutely. But if we're going from small dog, little puppy type of things, and it's not substantially changing a definition, adding or removing something, I would avoid the smaller changes, but I will take that note. Director Hansen.
I am trying so hard to really pull back my comments so that they're not being interpreted as provoking or aggravating. There is so much emotion around this topic. We are all clearly feeling it. We can fight about the history of this. We can point out all of the mistakes that have been made. My initial question genuinely was not to start this off on a bad note. I genuinely do not understand what our goal is here. And when I hear comments like, let's change the title to something, and clearly we're trying to avoid using the word equity, I don't know what our goal is. Is our goal to try and clear up ambiguity? Is our goal to appease a piece of our community that has voiced concerns? Are we trying to balance another voice within our community that has voiced different concerns? I want to be able to contribute to this conversation, but I don't know what we're trying to achieve tonight. And I think that if we have some real conversations and maybe some hard conversations about what we're actually trying to do right now, without all of the smoke and mirrors, tell me really what you want to do, because I will contribute, but I don't understand what we're doing, and I don't feel like this is an authentic process right now.
Yeah, if I can answer that, that's why I tried to start with the preamble of what I believed we were doing, which was assume positive intent of the first one, focus on what this should look like in Douglas County, not for somewhere across the nation, not up in Denver. What does educational equity mean in Douglas County? Address some concerns with ambiguous language, provide some specific outcomes to measure, to Director Meek's point, and then when I said make it easy to get right, guard against potential misimplementation which may have occurred with this policy or may occur with other similar policies where we see other people attempt policies like this and get it wrong. So that would be what I believe we're trying to do. And if other directors have other things that they believe we're achieving by potentially modifying this policy, please speak up. Director Myers.
Well, I think I've made it clear, this is our one chance to all work together to get a policy and rewrite and do some different wording, whatever we need to include our whole county, so that we feel like our community is satisfied with what we've put forth. This is a volatile policy. This is something that's being talked about. I know we talked about a national narrative, which was a political national narrative. We went from 1,000 stakeholders to experts to 8 years. What is it? Because I'm in agreement. There are other people, while we were up here in public comment, in emails, talking to us about using conservative organizations, this policy to me leads me to believe that this was not what it was supposed to be preaching, which is diversity, equity, and inclusion. I feel like there were people in this community left out. Can we not try to make a majority of this community happy with what we're doing here in Douglas County with this policy?
So is that, your goal is to make the community?
Are you telling me this is a perfect policy? And we have no right to take it apart and look at it? Is it a perfect policy?
I'm very proud of the work that went into it.
Is
and
it
I'm
perfect?
Yes, I
Has
think
it made
is.
everybody happy? And it's made everybody happy here in Douglas County. And we heard it at public comment last time. And our community's happy. Is our community happy?
Okay, I think we can have a conversation without yelling at one another.
Yeah, let's.
I know there's a lot of emotion.
If
I get to
may, just
respond. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, let's go with our norms. Let's avoid personal attacks. Let's assume positive intent. So with that, go ahead, Director Hansen.
Obviously, there's a lot of emotion, and that's fair. It is a very important topic to a lot of us. I will repeat what I said previously. I can see the writing on the wall. I can see that there are changes that are going to happen to this policy, and I'm offering to be a part of that process, and I'm telling you, I will go through this line by line, and I will provide the feedback, but it's not going to be a valuable use of anyone's time if we don't understand what the goal is here. And so I think I heard you say the goal is to appease a part of our community that feels like there are gaps within this community. And I don't know that I've had all of those conversations. Sure, I've heard 20 people, 50 people, 100 people speak at public comment, but we represent tens of thousands of people. And we have done extensive feedback loops, and we have brought in more than the voice of those that are willing to come to public comment. And I want to make sure that I have the opportunity to participate in this process, and I can fight you on every single line going through this. That is going to be a miserable next hour and however much time we have accomplished to this. I want to understand what our end goal is, and we haven't had a conversation this 7. I appreciate Mike saying, these are my 5 goals, but there's 7 of us that sit on this board. And that is a really valuable starting point for me, and that voice needs to be more than Director Peterson's. So I've heard yours. You want to appease the part of the community that you feel has concerns about this policy. I need to understand what everyone else's goals are before I can communicate effectively about the proposed changes.
Any other directors? Director Ray, go ahead.
Well, just a couple of responses. If the goal is to write a perfect policy that makes everyone happy, I will tell you that will not happen. I think Director Peterson, you said one of your goals was to write policy to ensure that there's no room for misinterpretation. That's not going to happen. words mean something different to every one of us. And so I just don't think that's a realistic goal for us to be writing or making revisions to appease people. I think we need to write policy because we stand on principle that this is what we believe. If there's something in this policy that we do not believe, then by all means, we should come back as a board and talk about that. But I am with Director Hansen. Every word in the current policy, I can defend, I believe it's what's best for our system, it's what's best for our children. And so that's where I'm having a hard time contributing, is because I feel like that a lot of the revisions, quite honestly, are diluting some of the strong words that represent beliefs. And this is the first time I've heard that this policy is not supposed to talk about inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility. I was hearing that that was also what we were trying to dilute for some reason. This policy is about inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility. That's what this policy is all about. And we shouldn't try to dilute it because people have a problem with the word equity or people have a problem with the word accessibility. These are our commitment to our kids. And we need to stand on this ground and say, it's okay that there may be people that disagree. That's okay. But you know what? I can look that person in the eye and say, this is why this is important for our children. This is why it's important for our future. This is why it's important for our community, that really has shown us some things that I think are pretty scary right now in terms of how we're handling racism. And so I guess I'm with Director Hansen. I'm having a hard time validating the need to make changes to appease people, because I know we're not going to appease everyone. That's an impossible task.
And I agree with Director Ray in terms of positive intent. I do not believe this policy was written with malevolent intent, right? Again, one of the words I used earlier was de-weaponize. So you can just take the word equity, and I'm not saying get rid of the word equity, I'm saying we need to clarify. I believe equity, the word is used as a cudgel. I've stood up here from this dais and said, I hate the word, not the concept. I hate the word and the fact that it's weaponized by people on both political extremes to attack the others, because they'll assign a meaning to that. And the meaning that is assigned is not assuming positive intent in either case. So again, you just said, Director Ray, this policy is about equity, it's about inclusion, it's about access, it's about resources. Again, I forget the specific list. Diversity, thank you. And again, my attempt there was to further enshrine those and kind of call them out. Well, what do we mean by access? What do we mean by resourcing? What do we mean about an environment or a culture, and what specifically, I mean, some really hard, smart, and I mean that by an acronym, not as smart or stupid, specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, time-bound, some smart KPIs that we can use to put in monitoring reports and things, instead of some things that are well-intended but potentially platitudinous, vague, or euphemistic. If we say we want more goodness, I don't know how we measure goodness. I know that word's not in here, and I'm trying not to be hyperbolic, but the more concise and specific we can be with the language to honor those concepts that you cited, I think that's good for everybody. So again, I believe the word, if I may, Director Myers, that you're trying to describe is not necessarily representing a particular constituency, but having a balance that is more reflective of the overall makeup, personality, and expectations of Douglas County. Maybe I'm reading into your comments, and if I'm wrong, please correct me, but that's what I was hearing, something that is more reflective of our community as a whole, knowing that it is a diverse community. And I heard very clearly last comment from the stakeholder feedback that there was a large group of our community and those that filled out the feedback that believe we should have an equity policy. It's not a, rip it up, throw it away. It's what can we do honestly as a group of 7 to continuously improve what we have, knowing that we will never achieve a perfect policy. If somebody has one, please send it to us. Director Meek, and then I would like to come back to the work here.
Yeah, I think what we heard from the survey and from feedback is that people are frustrated that things are not implemented. right? I just feel like this is a huge distraction away from actually where the work should be done, which is we're getting a report and we are able to actually speak to the concerns. I think we can change words and you're still gonna have people who aren't gonna believe anything. It's just words, words, words. We need data that shows what training programs are being done, what's included in that. And that KPI piece, that's not our job. That's the job of the superintendent to bring that data back to us. And it's just so frustrating that the community, through the survey responses, they're frustrated that we're not further along. And I don't think wordsmithing this policy is going to satisfy people. I think people understanding, what does it mean? What's happening in the classrooms? How do you handle this? What disparities do exist? What access issues may need to be worked on in certain areas? That's what will clear things up. Sitting here and trying to change words, assuming that we know more than all of the professionals that put in all of the time in developing this policy is just not a good use of time. Our goal should be asking for the data, seeing if we do need to tweak the policy because we're not getting at areas of concern. You have people afraid that students are being taught that they're oppressors. Well, that would be a violation of the policy, right? We would want to know about that. That's data that would be reported. So talking about this is just, it's backwards, and I think it's not what we've heard overwhelmingly from the community and the feedback that we've received.
Again, we obviously have a disagreement on whether to change or not to change. That is abundantly clear among some directors up here. Again, I stand on, it is our job as a board to convey policy that we, the majority certainly of the board, believes is the appropriate tone to set. And clarity starts with what is the intent, flows down to ADBR in this case, and we'll have to talk about what to do with that. Do we keep that as a board? Do we delegate an ADBR, which we have never had before around implementation, to the superintendent? And how do we go forward with implementation? Just in general macro policy, board policy, followed by superintendent interpretation of policy, goes into professional development and ultimately filters out into the, quote, what do we do about it in the classrooms? But it has to start with the intent as set by 7 members of the board. Again, in deference to the experts that wrote this policy, this is really our job, is the policy.
Did I just hear you say the regulation may be rewritten?
Which one?
The ADBR.
We're not taking up ADBR. I'm just saying.
I thought I heard you say
No,
that maybe
what I
that
said
needed.
is we have to decide right now, because ADBR is, the ADB-R is new, it is assumed to be a board policy that we would have to vote on and approve, or we would amend this policy, ADB, to delegate ADBR, and that's a discussion that we will hopefully have here tonight on what does this board want to do with ADBR. That was not to imply we are going to do a massive rewrite or even take up ADBR. It would just be, does it need to be approved by this board or does it need to be delegated to the superintendent? So again, with that, I would like to come back, and I heard to keep us moving along, I did hear both Director Weininger and Director Myers' comments around the title. I'd like to bring us back to the first paragraph here, which again has some administrative clarifications, but otherwise remains completely unchanged from the existing policy. Unless there are suggested revisions to the first paragraph, I assume no one has a problem with it standing as is. Director Williams.
So I've spent a good amount of time looking over things, and I am indeed amendable if people don't agree. But in the first paragraph, let's see, hold on, I'm pulling up both of them next to each other, mine and. where it talks about safe and valued, okay, and experiences involving inclusion, and then my revisions would be multiple elements of diversity, accessibility, and educational equity as defined in this policy, is what I have changed there. I'm just going to go through all of mine, and then we can talk about them in a minute. And then the last line of that says, and implement unbiased, culturally relevant, responsive, and sustaining. And I have that striked and just put empowered learning environments. So,
I'm sorry, I got empowered prior to learning environments at the end. What was the previous comment?
to strike unbiased, culturally relevant, responsive, and sustaining, and just put empowered learning environments. That's,
Any thoughts behind those? Just,
yeah, well, I just think, so first of all, there's a lot of different ways you could look at diversity, right? There's culturally, there's thought diversity, there's all of those. So I just thought it would be better to put in multiple elements of accessibility is already in there, and then just adding in educational, because this is the educational equity policy. And then put as defined in the policy, just so everyone knows that later in the policy, we do have definitions written. And then I just think putting empowered instead of the other words really put some more positive spin about just empowering our students.
So if I can,
go ahead, Director
Can we-
Myers. Yeah, just, I'm confirming the floor,
Okay.
so go ahead.
oh, I'm sorry. Director Williams, will you please read the whole paragraph as you would like it said?
The Douglas County School District, the Douglas County School District Board of Education commits to establish an inclusive culture to ensure all students, staff, and community members feel safe and valued by increasing and embedding authentic and relevant learning opportunities and experiences involving inclusion, multiple elements of diversity, accessibility, and educational equity as defined in this policy. In collaboration with community stakeholders, the Douglas County School District is committed to providing the educational and working environments that foster systemically aligned practices, opportunities, and experiences which promote the acceptance of all stakeholders, remove and avoid implementing barriers, limiting stakeholders' potential and success, and implement empowered learning environments.
Thank you.
Any other director comments on those proposed? Director Meek.
So Director Williams, I'm just curious why multiple elements of diversity is important to you. It feels to me like if you're going to say multiple elements of diversity, we should say multiple elements of accessibility and provide what that looks like and what it means, providing accommodations, designing accessible facilities, providing accessible technology, training staff on how to support students with disabilities. I mean, there's multiple elements of accessibility. And so I'm just curious why we're not going into greater depth on different elements.
Sure, I just think later in the policy, we actually divide out different diversities. We have instrumental diversity, thought diversity, personality diversity, and that's why I just said multiple, just because in this policy, we actually have it listed, or it is later in this one, or the proposed one, I should say. So that's why I did it. Again, I'm amendable. These are things that while I was looking through, I felt would be good additions.
Yeah, and again, my attempt is, I'm going to try to combine everybody's thoughts and ideas here. Again, when we come and bring this for a reading, we can certainly have amendments to add, to strike, to clarify. I'm just trying to get something we could get together and discuss. Go ahead, Director Meek.
Yeah, I was just curious because I believe as we sit and listen to public comment, we hear parents with concerns around some of those areas around accessibility. And I don't think I've heard parents come in complaining about instrumental diversity being a problem or personality diversity being a problem. And we're putting an emphasis in this area where I don't think I've heard community members raise as a concern. And so I just want to reflect the areas that we are going to be asking for monitoring. This is setting up the monitoring that we're talking about. And I think it feels a little confusing to me why we are mentioning other definitions of diversity that I've never heard the community complain about or express concern, but we're leaving out other areas. It feels off to me.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Blair. Moving into the second paragraph to include the numbered bullets and sub-bullets. Oh, it's back up. For those watching online, we had technical difficulties starting the meeting earlier. So you can read it up there. Again, everything in blue is actually an addition. It does keep that black first sub-bullet that starts with, consistent with that commitment, is from the original ADB policy. So again, my intent with these additions were to provide 3 very specific subject areas where the superintendent could develop some KPIs or some specific areas to monitor in each of these areas. And this is how we would know, are we achieving educational equity, or are we not achieving educational equity, and what does that mean? So I'll talk to the very first one. I would actually get rid of some of these words and just say the purpose of the educational equity policy is to truncate some words. But the first one maps directly to our district mission, which is inclusive access to district programs, benefits, and post-secondary pathways for all our students. And then there's the sub-bullet. One comment on that sub-bullet is that sub-bullet where we go to and basically define identity, where we go through the whole list of race, color, ancestry, creed, sex, et cetera. I think we do it 4 times in the policy, and we could probably shorten the policy just by saying, regardless of identity, as defined in the policy, so we don't have to list the exact same, 3-sentence list or a 3-line list in 4 different places, but it would retain the same content. Comments on bullet number 1? Director Weininger.
I just wanted to concur about your idea of putting all of the lists of identities under the definition of identity, rather than having it throughout the policy 4 or 5 different times.
Back to Director Meek's previous comment, though, the one thing I would definitely keep in there every time which would say eligibility for special education services or identity, because that eligibility is distinct and unique from quote identity. I think we need to explicitly state that every time. Okay. Any other comments on bullet 1 or the sub-bullet? I'm sorry, the number 1 bullet. Go ahead, Director Hanson.
Trying so hard to pick and choose when I speak. When you are a member of one of these, when you are listed and you see yourself listed in this group, it means something to you. So saying we don't have the time to write this out, there's no reason. We have all of the time in the world to show each and every person that this policy addresses that they are valued and they are included in this, and they have been considered.
So to be clear, you just like to keep every reference. Okay, thank you. Other directors? Director Weininger.
Just want to say, that's not what I'm saying when I say that. I see myself in some of those, and I'm not offended if they're not listed out, so just
Sure.
disagree.
That may not be what you are saying, but in conversations that I have had with people along this process, it does mean something. And this policy is about more than just the 7 of us.
Okay, thank you, Director Hanson. If we can move then to number 2, which is a standalone bullet. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Blair, if you can just go back up to the number 2. There we go, at the top of the screen. And this goes to resourcing. The reason I thought that was essential to add this in here is we've had some people that try to say that the district is only doing equality and not equity, meaning that every student will get the exact same amount and type of resources, which I know is not accurate with what this district does. So if there ever was a time to bring in the word equitable distribution, I tried to capture it there to say we do need to resource, and again, linking it back to our mission about individual potential, which is explicitly stated in our mission. And as a father of 3 very unique girls, I'll tell you, my first one needed almost nothing, and my second one maxed the system out in terms of what she needed to get to her potential, which was relatively below the first child. So whether we're talking talented or gifted, mainstream, neurotypical, non-neurotypical students with mild, moderate, or severe special needs, every one of our kids requires a different amount and type of resources that I know our excellent staff tailors and targets based on our individual students. If I could only keep one potential addition to this entire policy, it would be that bullet. Any other comments on number 2? Director Ray.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree, Director Peterson, with the concept. I think the last phrase, to move beyond accommodation to achieve this goal, I would strike that, because I think the statement stands alone just to simply say that it may require different amounts and types of support and resources. I think, again, it's those buzzwords. What do we mean by accommodations?
Yeah, and
You know?
I'll tell you exactly why I added that in there. That wasn't in my original thinking, and it was a response, frankly, to our families and students with special needs. And as one of them, we want to make sure that we are not shooting for the minimum. And that's why I use the word accommodation, because we have accommodations in IEPs, and we have accommodations that are certainly legally compliant, but that should not be the bar for this district to just be in compliance. It should be back to the first part, individual potential, and all of our students have a unique potential. And I want to be very clear that we are not accepting the minimal bar specifically for those students. So that's why I put it in there. If you still think we should potentially strike, I could be moved to do so.
No, I absolutely agree that we never want to do the minimum, but I think for us to assume an accommodation is the minimum is also equally concerning, because sometimes that isn't the case. Sometimes accommodation is what that child needs, and so I get your rationale. I just think, again, it's the buzzword.
Okay.
that's gonna
Would
be
you
misinterpreted.
entertain a move beyond minimum standards to achieve this goal? Or is there preferred language that you would like?
Yeah, I just feel like it says it all with you put the period after resources. I don't think we need to quantify what that means, because I think we could quantify in all different kinds of scenarios. And I am sympathetic to what you're describing in terms of our students with special needs, but I just don't know that goes in this policy unless we want to talk about accommodations for all different kinds of students, beyond just students that are being accommodated.
Understood. So, thank you, Director Myers.
I think what I am agreeing with Director Ray. I wouldn't stop after resources, the period, realizing that individual students may require, because we've said it in the beginning, this is our mission, realizing that students may require differing amounts and types of supports and resources to achieve this goal, and maybe take out to move beyond accommodations, but to achieve this goal.
Okay, thank you. I actually think that's clarifying. Other directors? Okay, moving to number 3, empower educators. And I think that those preamble, those initial words are really important. It is our educators and staff that create that learning environment, not us, the board. Dare I say, not even the superintendent, other by leadership and example and cabinet. It really is those classroom building level educators that are being empowered to create that learning environment. And then the items that sit below there came directly from the survey. In fact, critical thinking, I believe, was number one in terms of the outcome that people wanted to see on the Hanover survey. Academic growth and achievement were also in the top four. And then one that was brought up a little bit, wasn't in the top three, was the mental wellness aspect of it. And I know that that has been a explicit focus of our district to continue that and making it, or understanding that it is a necessary prerequisite for the others. So, because if we don't have mental wellness, we're not going to get that growth, achievement, and critical thinking skills. So comments on number 3. Director Williams.
I actually would propose to add one more bullet, just because recently, at a recent meeting, we talked about the Colorado essential skills. And so I would add a 4th bullet that says, assist students to advance in their development of the Colorado essential skills, entrepreneurial skills, personal skills, civic, interpersonal skills, and professional skills. I can send you that.
One more time, the listing of the Colorado Central skills, the entrepreneurial, what were the
Personal
others?
skills, civic, interpersonal skills, and then professional skills.
Got it, thank you. And I believe ADB-R does at least once, if not twice, reference Colorado essential skills. Yeah, I'm getting the head nod from the superintendent, so no conflict there. Thank you, Director Williams. Any comments on that proposed addition? Okay, moving on to the next paragraph, which is the bottom of page 1 of 4. All it changes is the pursuit of these outcomes referencing those above. Everything else in the paragraph at the bottom of page 1 stays intact from the original policy. Any discussions on that? Director Weiniger.
I was just wondering if we could add one word near the bottom where it says student programming initiatives, very bottom. Oh wait, yours is double space, so you might not see it. To ensure, and I was just going to add the word balanced representation and then keep all the other words in it.
Okay, thank you, Director Weiniger. And I am trying to also denote who made all the different suggested changes here, so we balanced those things in. Okay, moving on, Mr. Blair, if you can go to the top of page 2. There are 2 completely new statements put in here, and they refer to what we as the board have talked about a couple times as the education triangle. But this just tries to describe that in 2 sentences, saying the board believes the best means to achieve educational equity is through the promotion of collaboration among the 3 legs there, which would be dedicated students, supportive educators, staff, and engaged parent guardians. And then in the second sentence, it goes on to describe the model where the student takes ownership for their efforts to pursue selected pathways, so it is student-driven and selected, and then supported by educator, staff, and parent and guardians who are in a mutual respectful partnership for the benefit of the student. And then I took a quote, which I don't believe was originally done by Director Ray, but I did hear him say it from the dais, which is that circumstances do impact and shape the person, and we need to acknowledge that, but they're not the sole determining factor. I believe, Director Ray, you actually gave that as a definition of equity at one point. But so that was the attempt to balance that. And I'll give you the real reason I thought we needed to add this. Is I believe there was a false paradigm being pushed by different political sides that if you're, quote, pro-teacher, you're anti-parent, or if you are, quote, pro-parent, you're anti-teacher educator. And I don't believe anything could be farther from the truth with the 7 of us up here. So I wanted to make sure we had an explicit statement that say that this board wants a respectful partnership between parents and staff and educators for the benefit of the student, and kind of just dispel those false paradigms that I've heard argued. The last thing I'll say, and this is a personal belief of mine, and it may not be shared by anybody else up here, I believe that both the far right and the far left have some inaccuracies on how students achieve their individual potential. I've heard it argued on one side that everything is a pure meritocracy. If you are not getting to where you are wanting to go, you just aren't working hard enough, and I believe that that doesn't exactly comport with reality. I've also heard on an extreme, very simple side, on the opposite side, everything is systemic, you have no movement, your identity defines your potential in life, and until some third party comes and does systemic reform, you have no chance. I'm super oversimplifying. I think both of those are fallacious, and this model where the student determines where they want to go, they work hard for it, they own their performance, but they absolutely need support from the system. I believe that's our job as a district, from leaders all the way down to the classrooms. We are that systemic support. You tell us where you want to go, you work for it, and we will give you the resources that it takes to get you to your individual potential. At the end of the day, if we were to map our students' potentials, which Mr. Reynolds, I'm sure, will do for us multiple times over the course of the year, we will find out that we do not have a flat line. We are not here to eliminate gaps and put everybody to the lowest common denominator. We are here to fulfill that mission of individual potential, which means we are going to have kids when they leave Douglas County all over the place. But if we take them and have them at the top of their relative potential, whether they're a student with special needs, whether they're talented and gifted, whether they're any of our students, regardless of identity, then we are doing our job. So that's why that is in there. So I'll get off my soapbox, but I thought we should enshrine the educational triangle. Director Myers.
And as part of that, one of the things that I, as an educator, and I think those of us that are educators, know that a successful school is when we are in partnership with our parents. When we have those schools that welcome families in, that even the hard-to-reach families, when we work with those, we have successful schools, we have successful children. So it would be a family-like school, whereas we also have schools that are like families. Then again, parents and teachers are working together, that the family recognizes that the child is a student, and then intertwining at home, helping with school, homework, activities that build that student. We have to work in a partnership, and then along with our communities, which is what we've been doing with our connections, with students, with staff, and with our community. We've been hearing it. Our community wants to take part in what we're doing here in our education, because they want to retain our kids that come out of school. They want them working in Douglas County. We heard that, I believe, loud and clear. There are things that they want us to teach in the schools, they want us to model, and we cannot do it without this partnership.
Director Meek and then Director Ray.
Yeah, I don't think anyone would disagree that collaboration is critical. I'm curious why we need to say dedicated students. Like, there are students that might not be overly dedicated to school, but teachers are still on the hook of working with those students. And I think Director Myers just said sometimes we have families that may not be overly engaged, but that doesn't mean we don't try to engage them. So I just think it's collaboration among students, educators, staff, and parents and guardians.
Okay, noted it was meant to be aspirational. I would hope
Yeah.
all students would be dedicated. But of course, we will not, we will work with all our students. Director Ray.
That was a word I underlined as well, because I think we learn a lot from our students who are not successful in our schools. And I just think we need to be careful. The other thing that kind of bothers me about that statement, it says the board believes the best means to achieve educational equity is, I don't know that that's the best means to achieve educational equity. I do believe, as we have discussed, and Director Myers and both Director Meek have alluded to, that the partnership is important. But I think there are better means to achieve educational equity than just through the partnership. I think we desperately need instruction. And when I talk to our student advisory group kiddos, that's what they're asking for. They're asking for guidance and help with things like microaggressions and really, explicit instruction that says, how do I make sure that I'm using inclusive language? And so I guess for me, that statement says something along the lines that the board believes that educational equity is best accomplished through the partnership, but I'm not sure that it's the best means, because I think that's what's desperately lacking right now, is that we don't have a formal way to instruct our students when it comes to things like racism and marginalizing other people. And so I would just be careful that we don't assume, we all collaborate,
we
it's all
can-
going to work out.
We can take the qualifier out and just
Yeah.
make it one means to achieve. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to the next, which is thank you, Mr. Blair, the definitions. I did not highlight everything red and then re-add it in blue when we just reordered these alphabetically. So if you're looking at the original policy, they appear in a different order, but again, anything that's black is original wording unchanged. So we have the definition of accessibility, which again is unchanged from the current ADB. Any questions, or go ahead, Director Meek.
Yeah, I alluded to this earlier. I'm confused why we are going into great lengths to add types of diversity, many of which are probably very foreign. And I wonder, by adding them in, are we expecting monitoring on instrumental diversity in the classroom, and thought diversity and personality diversity, all of the areas that were added. And my confusion is why we're putting so much emphasis on these obscure definitions and we didn't touch accessibility. And I do believe we have heard over and over, especially our special education community, having concerns in this area. And I think we could build out the accessibility area, but I don't know if it's our goal to try to build out every single definition. So I'd like to just understand if that's something that we're looking to do.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Blair. Accessibility, I thought, was actually a fairly good definition. I didn't see any deficiencies in there. And it does discuss explicitly eligibility for special education services. If you think we need sub-bullets on what those aspects of eligibility for those, that's, I think, what I'm hearing, those specific aspects of accessibility for special education services, I'm happy to list. However, once we get into listing, we better leave it open-ended, because it inevitably will, leave out one particular item inadvertently or things like that. I didn't have a problem with the accessibility definition. I'm happy to discuss diversity when we get down to diversity, why I think our definition of diversity wasn't very diverse, and I'll tell you where those definitions came from. They actually come from industry and business practices of diversity. So, Director Myers, did you have something on accessibility?
No, I was going to ask you if we were going to diversity yet.
I just want to close out accessibility. Did you have additional changes or something you'd like to see there, Director Meek?
Well, I'd just like to hear other board directors' thoughts on whether it would make sense to build out accessibility to make it very clear that it includes areas like providing accommodations, designing accessible facilities, providing accessible technology, training staff on how to support students with disabilities. I mean, we could easily build out this area, but again, I'm not confident I have a complete list here because I am not a professional in education, which is why we rely on professionals to help us develop these kinds of policies. This is just my thinking, given my level of expertise. And again, experts put all their time into developing this line by line. And so I hesitate to tinker with something that I'm not an expert in. But I will open it up to other directors for your thoughts.
I would say if you have time and you'd like that included, you can just email them to me and I will insert them for further discussion as a board. Unless anybody else has strong thoughts on whether it should be built out, not be built out under accessibility. Okay, moving into diversity. Specifically, these definitions come from Scott Page. among his books, Diversity Bonus and others, and also something that's generally embraced in industry, depending on the industry. I think take high reliability industry, something like healthcare. They'll tell you in that context, if you're going in to have a surgery, you could have identity diversity, and if you have 12 anesthetists in the room, they're probably going to take away your pain, but they may not get you through a successful surgery. In that case, you'd probably want instrumental diversity. You'd have a different variety of skills, specialties, all working in collaboration to solve a complex problem. Some things, thought diversity may be more important. We have emergenetics here in Douglas County that we use as our personality diversity lens to better understand how people process. I think, Director Ray, aren't you certified in emergenetics, right? So we even have a board member that's certified in an aspect of personality diversity, and we spend a lot of money on it here in Douglas County. So that's why I thought it was important. And the other thing that I believe, and again, it's as one director, when we singularly look at identity diversity, which is important, but we don't look at other aspects of diversity, we have the potential to not just acknowledge people's individual expressed aspects of their identity. When DEI programs are administered and have adverse effects, it can come from division. So just by highlighting those and accepting those differences in identity diversity is of course welcomed, but when people are assigned an identity diversity, placed in groups and told that that group or that group membership defines them, or, you know, in contrast to our mission and vision, in some way defines their potential or lack thereof, that could be deleterious to what I believe the goal is here. And the goal is inclusion, acceptance, and looking at all aspects. The last comment on that would be that instrumental and thought diversity is absolutely critical to the development of independent critical thinking skills, which we know are an indicator of post-secondary success. So with that, again, we have opened it for comments from directors. Director Myers.
Actually, I really like the different diversities, just because in dealing with the committees that I'm on with SAG and DCYI, this will particularly students can identify with. I really feel that they would look at this because they are at so many spectrums that then they can understand like a personality, identity, thought diversity, instrumental. And I think we hear some of these conversations when I'm in the groups with these kids. And so it gives them a definition of just all of the type of diversities that, you know, they could be thinking and they could relate to.
Other directors? Director Ray.
So I haven't formed my thoughts well, but I will tell you this is the revision I have the hardest time with, and I think it goes back to the purpose of this policy. And, you know, as I reviewed our board meeting last week, and we saw a family talk about the attacks on their children, you know, for us to dilute that by saying, oh, there's all different kinds of diversity, to me just takes away from the impact of what this policy was intended to do. It was intended to say there are people who are attacked and marginalized. We've never had a person come to us and say, I was attacked because I'm an extrovert, right? I mean, or because I think differently. That's the intent of this policy, is to deal with the illness in our system, which is we have people that are being marginalized, and we have to be intentional about how to make sure that that goes away, that all people are valued regardless of who they identify as or with. And so to me, this just dilutes the whole notion of the policy by, and I don't know, like Director Meek said, I don't know, is that complete of all the possible diversity kinds of things that we can come up with? I mean, I appreciate you referencing Scott Page, and I think that's probably why maybe I don't like this, quite honestly, Director Peterson, because you're talking about an industrial standards. I mean, this is a policy for our children. This is about education. It's not an industry. It's not this organizational, just, do everything you can to cover everything we can possibly can. This policy was put in place because we were not doing well with the students that we've identified and called out in the accessibility definition. And so to me, I'll tell you, that one is the one I have the hardest time with right now, because I feel like it dilutes completely from what this policy was intended to achieve. So that's kind of where I'm at with this. I'm going to have a hard time contributing anything other than saying, I object.
Objection noted, and I would say that in my mind, and it's obviously not in yours, that this is not a zero-sum game, that this is something where if we respect diversity, of course we can continue to respect diversity of identity, and referencing the harm that we heard at the other meeting. I mean, back to earlier comments, we can write all the policy in the world. We've got bullying, we've got anti-harassment policies, we've got stuff. And at the end of the day, whether we change or reinforce or whatever we do with this, frankly, it's on to all of us, and I include the students. In fact, almost first and foremost, beyond our staff, we need implementation. We just need whatever the policy, whether it's bullying, whether it's equity, whether it's harassment. If it's not being implemented correctly, we have problems, and that goes beyond policy. I will say, though, I believe that it's not a zero-sum game, and we can respect multiple forms of diversity and not just identifying one. There would be one, as I thought about this as well, Director Ray, I thought personality would align well with emergenetics, but there may even be one more aspect of diversity that's education-centric that I would consider adding since I drafted this, and that would be some type of learning preference diversity, and that goes back to our students. We have some that are audio learners, some that are visual, some that are, learn by doing, some that learn by reading or writing, and maybe we should honor, in terms of breaking down things, maybe we should add even one more around learning preference diversity, because that does go directly to education and how we honor and target what our students need to be successful. But with that, I'll open it to other, Director Meek.
I concur with Director Ray, and that this is the one area that I am having the most difficulty with. As I reflect on our engagement opportunities with the students, where all 7 of us spent time with the students, every group we met with, unprompted, brought up the racial slurs and microaggressions. And actually, I see you saying no, but yes, it was documented on our table when we talked to each of the groups. I attended a school recently as we do our school visits, and I had students telling me that their teachers don't do anything when there's a racial slur in the classroom, and it's because they don't know what to do. And we are an education organization, and we have limited resources. It'd be great to list every kind of diversity on here. Everything you're adding is diluting the next just because of limited resources. We don't have unlimited PD days in the summer to teach educators on instrumental diversity and, different areas. We have a problem in our system that we have been told directly that we have. And the changes that you're doing, you're suggesting in here is diluting the most immediate need that we have in this area. And so I appreciate thought diversity. I appreciate cognitive diversity. And actually, that's why they're boards, so we can all sit here and share and have time to think. And so I appreciate this opportunity for us to be very open and provide our input on these areas. And, hopefully we're all listening deeply and trying to make the best decisions possible. But for this area, what I see is we are diluting diversity by adding other areas, and I'm not saying they're not important, but they're not as important. And we have limited time and resources.
Thank you, Director Meek. Other comments from other directors? Director Ray.
And I think also just to capture or to piggyback on Director Meek's statements, Director Peterson, you said that part of our purpose of looking at this policy is to help the superintendent with language for monitoring. And I think that's what Director Meek is saying. I mean, the more language we put in this, the more we're putting on the onus on our staff to try to come up with monitoring data points. And again, I think that, to me, that goes against your original goal. If you want to get this concise enough, so when we get a monitoring report, it's impactful and it goes right at the things that our system needs to improve, adding all this stuff won't do that. So I would just concur that we're diluting, we're adding, and I don't believe personality diversity is equal to identity personality. I don't believe that. I think it's respected. I think we accept it. But again, when you look at these populations that have been marginalized and that we need to protect, to me, it's what a slap in the face to say, and we're also going to make sure extroverts and introverts are protected as well. It just, to me, doesn't have the same impact. So anyway, enough said.
Understood, Director Ray, and my focus there was kind of looking through a little bit of our CTE and post-secondary success lens. We can certainly deliver a diverse population of students to the next step, whether that's the business environment, whether that's post-secondary education, whether that's the military. I would say if we poll those business leaders and they'd say, what's more important to get diversity of identity in your workforce, which is important, but wouldn't you also like to have, not in lieu of, but in addition to, students that have different ways of processing information, students that have different skills and selected pathways? I think they would value those as well. Again, I'm not trying to devalue one aspect over other. I'm just trying to expand what we do value here in the school. But point taken, and I understand your delusion point. The next one should actually be fairly quick because there was no change to the term equity, identity, inclusion, just changes above and below, or representation. So if Mr. Blair can just get all of those on the screen, thank you. Representation at the bottom of the screen and the other at the top, and I know the screen's blinking on and off. I'm sure you're not seeing that at home. There we go. Any recommended changes, additions, deletions, altercations on those existing definitions of equity, identity, inclusion, or representation? Director Weiniger.
In the inclusion definition, where it says, so I'll read it up to the point, refers to valuing and welcoming on all individuals and groups of individuals with different identities into the district's community, honoring them as equal stakeholders, and purposely incorporating. I was thinking a more appropriate word would be appropriately incorporating, because there may be some inappropriate incorporations, and I thought that might be a better word.
So rather than purposefully, appropriately?
Yes, please.
I'm not sure I understand what appropriate incorporation of inclusion would be. Purposeful makes sense to me. I don't understand appropriate.
Well, because if you're going to purposely incorporate something that maybe isn't appropriate for a school lesson or maybe is very hateful, you shouldn't do that just because it's someone's identity, if that makes sense. Like something hateful. There are hateful identities out there, and I don't think we should purposely incorporate them, type of thing.
Now that I'm rereading that, I'm
Am
not
I
sure.
misinterpreting it?
No, I'm not sure if I'm comfortable with the last sentence under there where we say equal voices, when we talk about everyone in the community and everything else, maybe the word valued, because we have educators that are experts in instructional process. We do have, back to the experts argument, we do have some folks, I think all voices are valued, but I'm not sure if all voices are equal if you put it across the board. That may be going towards what you're trying to say with appropriate in there, or maybe I'm misinterpreting your comments.
Yeah, sorry, can you say what you wanted to change again?
I'm sorry, right above representation, it's right above the word representation, it's that last, I'm waiting for the screen to blink back on. It's, inclusion also refers to the provision of space for all individuals and groups of individuals of diverse identities to act as valued voices in programming and decision-making. Because again, depending on what that decision is, if it's financial, maybe we would want to defer to our CFO and some other folks, things like that. So maybe just valued voices, because truly they won't actually be equal depending on the subject. Other directors' thoughts, comments on equity, identity, inclusion, or representation definitions? Director Wright.
Well, just to react to Director Waniger and your recommendations. So again, I would go back to purposefully means you think about it. It's not bad, it's not an automatic incorporation. It means that I do it purposefully, I do it intentionally, I think about it. So it doesn't mean I always do it, okay? It just means that I have a purpose when I do it. Equal voices, Director Peterson, to me is that voices are equal. It doesn't mean that all people have the same amount of influence in decision-making, but when we're making decisions, your voice shouldn't be any more valid than mine, right? So I think that's where I would keep the equal voices.
Yeah, I'm not wed to either one of those. I think if we take your interpretation of purposefully being intentional, and we take equal as every voice has value, that we are not valuing voices over another, although they may not have the same merit. Again, I'm not willing to die on that hill either way. So Director Weiniger, does that change your?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, fine, then I will delete all of those comments. And that moves us down. Mr. Blair, if you can go down to the section that starts with the Board of, thank you.
President
Just
Peterson?
put the red at the top. Director Meeks, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
if I may, I think there could be a definition missing of belonging. We speak about belonging throughout, and again, I don't feel qualified to offer what I believe that definition should be, but I do think it's an important definition to include. So I'd love to hear other directors' thoughts on that.
Director Myers.
Director Meek, adding another definition, belonging, I think we heard loud and clear from our kids, and I've heard it through DCYI. I wonder if connection isn't a better word. I mean, that was loud and clear from our kids. They wanted connection. So I don't know, belonging, connection.
I think connection is part of the definition probably for belonging, like a sense of connection, acceptance, inclusion. I mean, I can read a definition from the dictionary, but I do believe line by line, this was created by people who did research on educational equity and what that means. But I do think belonging belongs in there.
And if you would like to get that to me, what you believe would be an appropriate one, I've put a placeholder to.
If I could have an educational expert email me information on belonging, I am asking for that. Thank you.
Director Ray.
And the only response I have to that, Director Meek, I kind of saw belonging and inclusion kind of hand in hand. So I don't see necessarily separating those out, but there may be some of the words that you're expressing that could be included in inclusion, I don't know, but I think that's what inclusion is all about, is making sure that I belong and I'm valued and I'm not marginalized for who I am. So that's where I put it, but I'm amenable to whatever the experts might recommend.
That was going to be my comment, but I think that it's implied, but maybe could be explicit in the inclusion definition. Director Weiniger.
Just a question, a thought. You mentioned, Director, I mentioned not wanting to be marginalized, and I completely agree. But we do reference groups of individuals, which I feel like is marginalizing in itself, and just what your thoughts are, the difference between that maybe.
I'm sorry, just so I can keep up, in which definition?
In the definition of equity, the definition of inclusion has it, and the definition of, oh, it has it twice, actually. Yep. Says individuals and groups of individuals, individuals and groups of individuals. Just wondering why we need the groups of individuals called out.
Director Ray?
I think it's two-dimensional. I think we can identify as an individual, or we can identify with a group of people. And either one should not be marginalized. If I choose to identify as a group of Christians, for instance, I shouldn't be marginalized because that's the group I associate with. So I think what that definition is not saying that we marginalize groups, it's just saying that we include, regardless of how you identify, whether you identify as a unique individual or with a certain group, you should still be valued no matter what.
Okay. Any others? Sorry, just waiting for the screen to come back on. If we can move down to this part that starts with the Board of Education shall not condone, that is go ahead, Director.
That sentence before, Director Peterson,
I'm sorry.
we've crossed out equity, inclusion,
I'm sorry,
diversity, and
thank you,
accessibility.
Thank you. Go, if you can, there we go. Thank you.
I'm just at a loss
Thank you, Mr.
why we keep on removing those words when this is the
Yeah,
intent
that
of this
was,
policy.
I mean, that was purely me, and that was to frankly honor individual terms without grouping them together for the reason I stated earlier. When frankly, when some people, especially people on the more conservative side of politics, see those words grouped together, their brain shuts off and they start filling in things that I believe are not the intention of the original policy. That's the only reason I clarified, just to say grow towards these things that we've defined in this policy, just to eliminate any vagaries of people inserting their own definitions there.
To me, it's a transitional sentence that just captures what we've said previously in the policy. We've defined equity, inclusion, diversion, accessibility.
Yeah, we just defined those with some revised definitions if they hold.
Right.
Again, I can put it right back in. It's
Yeah,
not,
I
it's not
would-
something I'm going to dig in on.
I just don't support the notion that we need to get rid of language that people find offensive. Otherwise, we'll never have a policy.
We'll have one statement that
Right,
says
right.
do good,
Yeah,
I think, which
right,
is Apple
right.
or something, but yeah. Okay, noted, thank you. So thank you, Mr. Blair. Back to the part around the Board of Education shall not condone by student staff's leadership. We have a list of things that we will not condone as a board, so it's kind of a negative. These are things we do not want to happen in the district, which I believe are protections. I'll open it to Director Williams. Go ahead.
So I made some I moved some things around, and I made some potential or proposed recommendations. For A, I just think we should say, we do not condone bullying or harassment.
Is that, I'm sorry, is that a new A or is that
Yeah.
in lieu of?
Well, in lieu of is where I, sorry, that's.
Well, let's take these one at a time. I actually like that statement as either a new A or in addition to, because I think we've been talking about it as a board, saying, look, we have, whatever our policies are, we have some work to do in terms of implementation, and I actually like that as the number one top statement. It's super concise. We don't condone bullying or harassment, and I actually like that as a very powerful statement from the board as the very first one. So any other comments from directors on that? Director Myers?
Would we add discrimination? Or do you feel that's
So I
part
think,
of?
well, we have that
it's
one
in
in
E
E,
already.
and
In E,
I
okay,
moved
got
E
it.
to B. Just,
All right, maybe I'll go, let's
okay.
go with Director Ray on this first one, and then we'll get back to all the changes
Yeah,
here.
I don't mind adding the word bullying. We do have a bullying policy, but I think for us to do that in lieu of racist, inequitable, biased, or exclusive practices, again, takes away from the impact of this policy and the reason we put it in place. We put this in place because we need to stop racism in our system. And I think we shouldn't shy away from using those words. And so I think bullying kind of, to me, and there's a fine line between bullying and what I would consider hate crime. And I think we start, blurring those lines as well. So I don't mind adding an additional offense to that A, but I think removing some of those words would take away from the intent of this policy.
Director Williams.
The reason why I did it this way, and I don't know that I'm gonna dig heels in on this specific one, because E, where it says perpetuation of racism and or discrimination, we are talking about racism, and absolutely, we do not condone it. So I just was adding the bullying and harassment, and then, but that was my thought process.
Yeah, and now looking at E, should we potentially, Director Ray, combine E and A? They seem to be really close to the same thing in my mind. Because we have racist or racism, we have discrimination, which is an exclusive practice. I'm just wondering if we can't combine those into a single bullet.
Yeah, for me, they're very different, because I see practices very different than perpetuating something.
Got it.
So
Yep.
that's the key word for me, is practices versus perpetuation.
Okay. Back to Director Williams, I believe you had more items.
Right, so I kind of just moved some things up or down. It doesn't really matter, I guess, the order, but I put E up at B, and then I moved F to C, and then I added one that says promotion of specific aspects of identity as superior or inferior to other aspects of identity.
I'm sorry, one more time. So just so I'm tracking here.
Yep.
In addition to bullying or harassment, we just talked about A and E. You moved
I moved
F
F.
up, and you moved,
No, then I added one, I'm adding D.
okay, you're adding, so these next ones are new additions.
Yes.
Got it. All right, go ahead, and can you
Sorry, so
restate that?
For D, I said promotion of specific aspects of identity as superior or inferior to other aspects of identity.
Okay, questions, comments on that proposed addition at the bottom of the list? And one more time, just restate it.
Promotion of specific aspects of identity as superior or inferior to other aspects of identity.
Okay, thank you. Director's comments, discussion? I don't think you're going to hear a director argue for one aspect as being superior or inferior, so at least I won't.
Anybody, or next, can I?
Okay, do you have any other additions before we move beyond the list of bullets?
Sorry, I have one more. And
Okay.
this was, I think, also in Superintendent Kane's ADB-R, lowering standards and expectations for any students, including those in state and federal identified subgroups.
Director's comments on that second edition, lowering of standards to include any individuals in, let's say, state or federal identified subgroups? I think that goes, in my mind, I think that goes to some things we've seen across the country which have been done of canceling talent and gifted, getting rid of grades, et cetera, et cetera. So not that we are doing that here, and I hope to bring the SAG recommendation on weighted grading to have the superintendent look at it before the end of the year. We'll vote on that as a board. That's not me personally. But I think it goes to address that issue again. I don't think it's an issue in Douglas County, but it may be a good safeguard for the future. All right, moving into the next paragraph, that is remains the same from the original policy about create and implement a targeted system to go over frameworks. Any questions on that before we move to basically the last paragraph before we get to citations? And we actually have 3 minutes left in our allotted time, dare I say. So the big strikeout that you see there, and I will sum it up, it is that this board, or this policy passed by the last board, directed the superintendent to create and maintain an equity advisory council, and then went into some details. I personally thought that was an overstep. If we wanted to create a board committee that reports to us as a peer to long-range planning, mill bond, et cetera, I think that would have been more than appropriate. So my attempt there was to simply rewrite that to say the superintendent can establish that and any other committees, cabinet positions, roles, that and more as he or she sees fit. I even included the primary area of focus from the Equity Advisory Council from this year, which was around recruitment, hiring, and retention of diverse applicants. Tack that on there as an extra one. Everyone that has read ADBR knows that the superintendent intends to keep and maintain the Equity Advisory Council. I would not propose that we would change that in ADBR. It just puts that council, since it is a superintendent's council, with the superintendent rather than directing it from the board since it's not one of our committees. That was the intent there, and I'll take any comments from directors on that change to the policy.
Yeah. I'll wait till you finish writing.
So, sorry, I'm just making notes on who
That's
made
right.
the previous.
No,
Go ahead,
I was waiting
Director
to
Ray.
be acknowledged, so.
Yeah, thank you.
No, I was reflecting on that a little bit, and when I read that original wording in there, it does really read as if that this committee was going to be a joint responsibility of both the board and the superintendent. If you read those first lines, in order to create, implement, and enforce the above initiatives, the Board of Education and school district commit to maintain an equity advisory council. And so kind of maybe pause and wonder a couple things. I don't know that we've had necessarily a joint committee where both the superintendent and the board jointly are responsible for oversight of that committee. And I know that that can create some logistical things. I know that certainly our staff and superintendent do have a very dominant role in a lot of our committees in terms of LRPC or whatnot. So I'm just talking this out loud a little bit to think through, should we have a joint committee, given the nature, and I heard Director Williams say this at our last meeting, of her concerns with this topic of letting completely go of the regulatory policy, because she feels like that the board ought to have more oversight over the regulatory policy as well. So I'm just trying to think about if this was a committee that was jointly oversight by the board and the superintendent, would that cause logistical issues? Otherwise, I do agree, Director Peterson, that we don't want to necessarily insert ourselves so much that we tell the superintendent, here's your committee that you need to put in place. I get the rationale behind really the overreach and questioning that, but it's made me kind of question, so who should have oversight of the Equity Advisory Council? Should we completely have our hands off? Should it be a joint effort? I just put that out there because I don't know that I've come to a clear answer yet. The only other thing I would add, would delete in this is where I think the words "as they see fit," I don't know that we need to have those words in there because I think that kind of, I think the fact that we're saying that they should be able to establish it, we've already said that, so that's replicate language in my mind. But I guess I put that out there of, and I don't know, Superintendent Kane, are there committees where we have joint facilitation of in terms of, I can't think of any in my past 8 years, but maybe I'm missing something in terms of having joint authorization of.
No, there are not joint committees that I'm aware of. I'm not aware of a policy governance structure for a joint committee. And I would like to just reiterate, as staff authored ADB-R, that staff is committed to maintaining the Equity Advisory Council as an advisory committee to staff.
Great. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a larger question that we'll probably take up in the fall around, do we have too many liaisons to too many committees? Obviously, our committee, again, I don't want to go into that tonight, but I think you properly summarized my intent and my concerns. It really is a question for the board. Director Meek.
I mean, you raise a really interesting question, and true policy governance, you would not do both. You're delegating, right? I think what made this committee interesting and challenging, typically you don't have the public showing up to committee meetings that the superintendent is running. But with this, we had public wanting to show up, right? And having board members there, I think, is helpful if you have the public showing up as well. Just from an awareness and understanding. But in an ideal world, it would be a superintendent's committee and she's running it and it's not a public meeting.
Yeah, and just to, I agree with everything Director Meek just said, and I believe there was some confusion about this committee because it was established by a board policy. There was some assumption that, oh, this is a board committee. No, it's a superintendent council, and those two are very different. So that's all I was trying to do, is just say, look, it was a superintendent council, it's not a board committee, and just trying to clarify that is all I was attempting to do. So other director comments on this? And now I know we're 4 minutes over. Director Hansen, go ahead.
I just want to be clear that I did not speak up to all of the things that I object to within this, and I don't want my silence to be interpreted as an agreement. I'm going to just go out on a limb here and guess that some version of this policy will pass with a 4-3 vote. And I just really want to encourage those of you who are looking at this policy with the additions and the revisions that we've talked through tonight to really think through the promise that we made to our superintendent when she spent hours and hours and hours drafting ADB-R, when she has repeatedly told us the strain on staff resources that we currently have right now. And this is a significant change. There are so many varying aspects of this and nuance and detail, and if we genuinely want a version of this to be implemented with fidelity, we are going to need to pick and choose and carve out our priorities so that the district can prioritize their work. I am pleading with you amount of hours for our staff to spend on anything that we ask of them, and this would be a significant variance from what we previously gave them to work with and draft ADB-R.
Okay, if you can go down, Mr. Blair, because there is one thing that is not on here. We just have the legal references, cross-references. I assume there are no issues with that. The only addition would be prevention of bullying. I think it was inferred, but definitely with Director Williams' explicit addition of bullying, it's probably good to reference that. The only thing that is not on here that I think we need to take a moment and discuss is delegation of or not ADB-R. I remember previous meeting, Director Williams said maybe the board should retain the ADB-R policy. I can let her speak to why in a second. I was initially of the mind that we should not, that for kind of like the reasons we just said with EAC, that the implementation should be a superintendent responsible policy. But I think we should take a minute and discuss whether we will do an additional amendment here to explicitly delegate ADB-R to the superintendent, because if we fail to do so, the implication is it remains, whatever ADB-R is drafted by the superintendent staff, would have to be approved and voted on by this board to actually go into effect. So I hope I made that clear. Director Williams, do you want to restate whatever your opinion was on why we should retain ADBR as a board-approved policy, even if it was generated by the superintendent and staff?
Sure. I just felt very strongly that this is there's a lot of, as we've talked about, emotions, and our community on all sides are very interested in how and what we are doing within educational equity. So I felt like it would be good to make the ADBR policy a board file, simply so that if there are changes made, that it is done publicly, and we're not waiting for a monitoring report to see what changes are made, but it's done transparently in front of the entire community. So that is, and I still stand by that.
Other directors' comments, concerns, or recommendations? Director Wright?
Well, first of all, I want to challenge the thinking a little bit that if, and I won't capture it correctly, Director Peterson, but let me just state that the superintendent can develop policies whenever she sees a need. She kindly brought this to us because she knew the emotional hinges to it and wanted our input. But the superintendent doesn't have to do that, and we don't have to say whether that's a superintendent policy or ours. We just simply need to go to our policy BCE and acknowledge that ADBR is in the superintendent's column. I mean, that's all that needs to be done, to acknowledge that she has written a superintendent policy. Our policy governance also allows us to call into question any superintendent policy, that we certainly can review it, have her come and talk about it and explain the enforcement of it, et cetera, et cetera. So I guess I'm not too concerned about us having to have it in our authority, because I trust our staff and our superintendent to do what they did, which was to develop this clarity of how this policy would be implemented. So I think all that needs to be done is we just need to acknowledge and amend BCE to put ADBR in the superintendent's column and call it good. And if we're concerned about interpretation, as I've heard you were concerned with the previous superintendent, by all means, we should call that out and say, we're concerned with how this is being enforced or implemented. And that's certainly the board's right at any time to do. So I would advocate superintendent has the authority of ADBR, and we just modify BCE, as opposed to putting more language into this policy to delegate that responsibility to the superintendent, because we didn't do that, and she did it anyway, and it was good, what she did, so.
Yeah, I think we'll agree it's good, and I believe we could either amend this policy in the short term to delegate it to the superintendent and put a one-liner in there, or ultimately, when we do, and we do need to go back through BC-E, because there are other additions, things, in fact, we will have to look at that after this latest group of policy anyway. So what I would recommend we do as a board is either do nothing in here and assume that it will be a board policy that we put in the board column, or put in a one-liner that says, policy ADB-R is hereby delegated to the superintendent, put it on the bottom of this policy, and then still update BCE, because we're going to have to update that regardless. But what I'm really looking for is a group of 7, forget the semantics of how we delegate or don't delegate. What I'm really looking for is, does this board believe they need to retain that for future transparency, is what I'm hearing from Director Williams, or do we just say, look, ADB stands, that's the board policy, and we trust that if any future superintendent decides they're going to make sweeping and substantial changes to the -R policy, that a board in their oversight function would call that out if they're disagreeable to the board. So I'm actually looking for a recommendation, because I could go either way.
I choose whichever one will result in a monitoring report as soon as possible. I am happy to pick whichever one will actually deliver that product to us.
I think we could map, whether it's board or superintendent, we could map it to a future report. Director Weiniger, do you have an opinion one way or the other?
No, I really don't. I like the idea of getting a monitoring report, though. Yeah.
Okay, now, I know where Director Williams stands. Again, we're not voting, I'm just trying to get a sense of whether I should include it or not. Director Myers, do you have opinions one way or the other?
No, I'm good.
Director Wright?
So there's rare circumstances when we put a regulatory policy in our arena. So I think, I mean, to me, I don't think there's a compelling case for this particular ADBR to do that. I think there are other cases that we've done that, but to me, I'm fine with it remaining in the superintendent's authority.
So you'd like it to remain as a superintendent-approved policy? Okay, thank you. Director Hansen?
I'd like it to remain as superintendent responsibility as well. I think that we are the ultimate authority as the superintendent's, as that oversight process, but as part of that oversight process. But I think it is absolutely implementation, absolutely operational, and absolutely out of our scope.
Okay, thank you for all your input. Is there any final comments before we take a short recess prior to the next item?
Just,
Director Wright, go ahead.
I don't know that we captured or responded to Director Hansen's plea, but I just want to emphasize that in terms of what the next steps are. And I would really hope, Director Peterson, that we would go back to our Director of Equity, to our Colorado Principal of the Year, Chris Page, and go, what do you think? Because these are the people that spent years and years to develop this. And for us just to say, yeah, we tinkered it, we made it feel good for us, to me, I won't be able to vote for it. I'll just be publicly honest. Unless I hear from those experts that they're in agreement that the modifications that were recommended and made should be fits and doesn't dilute or change the policy, I can't support the majority of the revisions. So I would hope that second step, and I don't think there's a rush to get this thing done, is there? I mean, we've got the ADBR, it's going to be implemented. Director Meek is not going to let it not happen. So I feel like we still have some time with this, that we don't have to rush it and get it done before the end of June, and that we ought to be able to have the experts vet it before, and legal counsel should be part of that vetting process as well before it comes back for a second or first reading.
Yeah, of course, legal is mentioned before, and that's why we're doing this over at least a series of months in a working meeting. So I don't think we're going to have everything typed up tonight, because I know Renee has been trying to track all the potential motions and stuff. But that's why we are moving through this and not just a singular one time. And that goes for the variety of policies we looked at last time that are coming forward. Director Meek.
Again, just for clarity, so what we discussed tonight will be written up, and then it will come to a future board meeting agenda as a first reading? Is that the process that's envisioned?
As discussed last time when this came up around, do we table it? What does tabling mean? First reading, second, all that other stuff. The introduction was at the previous meeting, so people could see a general idea. We had this working session to discuss, modify, make potential changes as a group of 7. I will attempt to incorporate just about everything that I heard tonight in a revised draft that'll come forward for the 23rd meeting. And then, as allowable by our policy, I plan to take it up for a vote after a singular reading, since it is a modification of existing policy as allowed by our current policy.
Yeah, so that was not my understanding. When it was tabled, that was not a first reading, because
Right, and we're
it went
getting
away,
into
right?
semantics. That's why I tried to make it very clear that we would have a working session. And then last meeting, I discussed via our current policies around modifying policy. When we are modifying a policy, we can do a first reading and a vote. And so what I expect to see on the May 23rd meeting is the series of policies that were brought forward for a first reading last time. Those will be second reading and votes. Again, there may be some cleanup, some changes, some things like that. And then I expect this to be a first reading and a vote. Having done an introduction last time, we don't have to call it a first reading. Having done work today, that we will bring this for a first reading and a vote for ADB.
So I guess I'm just not sure why we're pushing it through so quickly. And so basically, we're making edits. We made suggestions tonight. The public deserves an opportunity to see that revision and have at least a couple of weeks to provide comment on it before we meet again and look at the policy. So I think it's extremely important that we look at a timeline where we're allowing the public to engage on that policy. And the form that went out, the Google form, did not include ADB because we weren't ready. We didn't have this work session. But we need to allow our public an opportunity to actually review that policy and provide feedback before we make changes to it.
Yeah, understood. I will try to get the write-up consolidated and put together with what we have on this. I will say I'm actually amazed that we did not have, compared to what was drafted for tonight as the going in, I think we had 2 bullets under the condone, don't condone section. I think we had 1 bullet under item number 3 at the very start of the document, and a couple small word changes, but it's not substantially different, even after all this time, from what was actually brought forward to this meeting. So I think we're pretty close. The one other thing I will ask the superintendent, is there an intent? I know we had the Google form, which closes on the 12th, for all the other policies that were first readings. Do we plan to have a separate Google form just around this meeting that could be reviewed or anything like that?
We can publish a Google form whenever you want. This last go-round, it was our practice to do the Google form between first and second reading. Even for the existing policies, we did a Google form between first and second reading, so we could do that, or we could attempt to do it once you have revisions prior to May 23rd. It's up to the
Yeah,
board.
I think I can get the revisions. Again, I'll work with our Assistant Board Secretary to make sure I captured everything. I know in the current Google form that's open through the noon on the 12th, we had links to the red lines of those policies. There's nothing that keeps us as a board from trying to create a new red line based on today's discussion and have that ready and attached to a Google form. So we can certainly get that out. Thank you, Director Ray.
So, yeah, again, Director Pearson, I don't know if this is you driving this and if you're seeking consensus or not, because I think you're hearing that we're not at consensus in terms of how we proceed. Even put out on a Google form what you or Renee or whomever is recording heard, to me is inappropriate until that comes back to us as a board and we acknowledge that, yes, I see all my recommendations are reflected in here, or I see my comments are reflected in the revisions. It's not appropriate for you to all of a sudden assume that that's ready for a first reading for our public to respond to. You've heard several of us advocate slow down, allow our community to digest and respond, allow experts to weigh in. So I'm trying to understand where your authority stops in terms of making the decision. No, we're going to do the first reading at the next meeting, and because policy says we can, we're going to approve it at that first meeting as well. I mean, I think there's a lot of assumptions you're making that aren't necessarily reflective of the consensus of our work session. So I just would ask that we get some clarity there. Do you feel that these voices don't count and you just want to get that policy done at the next meeting? Or are you going to allow for other people to weigh in and respond and have it vetted by experts?
I think I'm trying to do both to say that voices do count. It's very clear that we have a group of directors that want to see no changes. You just said is such, right? You know, I don't know if you would vote for a single change, even if a single change, but we will definitely have an ability to, again, post what I believe will be a new red line. As where that authority derives from, it's very clear the president sets agendas and brings things forward. Certainly within my right to add a first reading and a vote to an agenda, unless you can certainly move to remove that or to delay it. We can certainly take a vote on that, but we've had a equity policy in for 2 years. We've had a resolution around that policy. We've gone through a year of stakeholder engagement. We've got, I know all the board members received the detailed open-ended questions from Hanover. I'll say I tried to read through most of those pretty hard in a spreadsheet with over 1,600 lines in a spreadsheet format, but I tried to take in as many of those as we can. We are going to go replicate the Google form process. We always have the board email open, and I think anybody that's been interested in this has been tracking this for well over a year, if not 2 years or more. So that's my intent to move forward that way.
Yeah, and the only question I have, Director Peters, is I don't believe the president has the authority to post a red line version of a document that has been wordsmithed collectively. Do you have that authority as you did? You posted your red line document, which was appropriate, but this document that you're suggesting will be posted, you're assuming that you've captured everything that we've discussed today. And I think that's where the ill at ease comes from.
No,
me.
I understand your point, Director Ray, and again, when this is brought forward, we will, if this were fast forward 2 weeks in a day, if there's something in there where you don't believe it was captured correctly and say, well, I think that's mine, but it's not really mine, it doesn't accurately capture, you'll have an option to propose an amendment to clarify language. We'll take up those individual amendments as we have with every other policy and document. We'll make corrections as voted by the majority, and we will get it right. And we will adopt, we all have primary motions and subsequent motions on the floor to try to get this right. If I mischaracterize any director's opinion up here of what they believe they wanted to see presented. If between now and then you think on it and say, you know what, I really wish I would have offered additional changes, absolutely bring those forward at that meeting and we'll vote on them as a group of 7. Director Meek.
Yeah, one question I have is whether the superintendent has any concerns around ADBR needing to change based on any of the language that's proposed, because I do think that influences some of our thinking on timing as well. Do you feel like you need more clarity or conversations?
Once we see the red line version, we will look at ADB-R and see if we need to add anything to it based on bullets added, et cetera, tonight.
And just to clarify on that, if for some reason a board director would bring forward in addition to ADB that would delegate that to the superintendent, and that remains in the language and is passed, the superintendent has whatever time she needs after that, because it's now delegated to the superintendent to do whatever changes, clean up, put into effect whenever she thought it was ready to be in effect. If the board does not amend the policy or somehow otherwise delegate ADBR to the superintendent, my intent would be to schedule ADBR for a future meeting so we could look at whatever we were going to do with that. It would at least have to be amended to say board file, some administrative cleanup, even if no content was done. But I would put that off to another meeting. What I believe the sense is that I heard tonight is, I imagine, and I can't speak, we'll wait for the meeting where we actually take action, that it sounds like the majority of the members here are comfortable delegating ADB-R to the superintendent. And if that in fact carries through the next meeting, it is completely in the superintendent's hands to make any changes in reaction to what is done with ADB.
And just as an initial reaction to the consensus tonight around ADB-R, we will not, staff will not recommend putting a second reading of ADB-R on the board agenda, because if the consensus is that that will ultimately be delegated to staff, and of course, if the board makes a decision otherwise, we can always bring it back. However, we will continue to provide ADB-R on May 23rd as an FYI, because it provides a framework for all the other policy changes.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent. Any final comments before we take a recess? Okay, it is,
Just one.
Oh, I'm sorry.
wondering, when-
Director Meek.
When should we be asking for a monitoring report?
do you mean a monitoring report that is a unique monitoring report outside our ends and our goals?
Yeah, as a board, we have the ability to ask for monitoring data at any point in time. We do not need to wait. There was a significant piece of the academic excellence monitoring that was missing, which was the equitable access. And that is called out directly in this policy as well. I would like this board to ask for a monitoring report on that section. As soon
As
as,
a, just to be clear, as a a one-time supplemental, and then anything that comes out of ADB would, of course, be incorporated in the next cycle under the appropriate individual ends.
that's fine. We just missed an important part of the academic excellence monitoring. That was around a key element that we keep talking about. And I think I need to ensure that we are going to get that data in a timely manner. And
Okay. Can we, as a proposed solution, can we add that to, as an agenda item to the May 23rd meeting to discuss requirements for a monitoring report, specific just to equity?
so an agenda item to determine when we'll have that monitoring
Right, or even
available to us.
potential
Sure.
bring forward.
And I would also like to add our own monitoring of our own policies, because we ask a lot of the superintendent to monitor, because we delegate that, but we have our own policies that we have not monitored, and that is a part of of what we should be doing as a board, and I've brought it up multiple times, but I bring it up again, that we need to have that conversation.
And my intent is to have that conversation, as I've mentioned a couple of times, along with the focus on policy, auditing, prioritization, everything, et cetera, in the retreat at the end of this school year. So that is intended to be on that list.
It's just we don't have that planned, and I think I heard you say we're taking off July, so when is that happening?
We'll have to have a separate discussion. It'll go out through Board Assistant Secretary on availability outside of the end of our scheduled meeting schedules, when directors would be available for a retreat sometime prior to the resumption of the next school year. But we do have to, we mentioned we're going to do one twice a year. We just don't have the dates yet. Okay, and with that, it is now 10 of, let's take a, or 11 of, let's take a 10-minute, and we will reconvene on the hour with the next item, which is public comment on item number 8 only. evaluation. We'll come back into session. We are on item number 6, public comment on item number 8 only, which is Marshall versus Douglas County Board of Education et al., pending in District Court, Douglas County, case number 2022 CV 30071, and we will have 3 minutes allotted per speaker this evening. We will go to our first speaker. I believe we have Jen Iverson, followed by Meg Furlow. Then it will be, actually, we'll rearrange this. It'll be Jen Iverson, then Jen Iverson reading for Robert Marshall, correct? Then Meg Furlow, and then we'll go online. And one other thing is I'll give you a 15, do we have the 15-second warning? Okay, it'll still, the screens are off, but having some technical difficulties. The recording is continued. Continuing, I've been assured, and Mr. Blair will still give you a 15-second warning. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks for listening to me this evening. I'm at that stage of parenting and have been for a couple of years where unfortunately sometimes my kids correct me. It's a hard transition where if I'm at a stop sign and one of my kids said, "I don't think that was a full stop, Mom," or, we're finishing up food or something, and I'll say, "You know what, we're all tired, we'll just clean up in the morning." No, we're supposed to clean up every night. And I think it's really hard to take that in when you've been the one that's in charge of things and when you've been the one that is the leader in your family. And where I'm going with this is that it takes humility to accept when you're wrong and accept that that the first lawyers gave you guys bad advice. And I think it's very meaningful for people to stand up and say, "You know what? I don't want any more money spent on this. There's too much struggle. We're trying to get an MLO bond passed. We are trying to restore some trust in the district, and we really need to just get this over with." And so tonight, I really urge you guys to take a breath of humility. It's painful sometimes, but to do that and understand that what the judge said was law and that we just need to move on. I'm done with my public comment if we want to.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Iverson. If Mr. Blair, if you'll reset the clock, we'll now have Ms. Iverson reading a statement on behalf of Mr. Marshall, the plaintiff in this matter. Go ahead, Ms. Iverson.
All the settlement requires is to allow the injunction that has been in place for more than a year to become permanent, with a carve-out to allow individual one-on-one conversations outside a public meeting, so long as you do not discuss the views of other members. Pay $66,000 of the plaintiff's attorney fees and admit that you have violated Colorado's open meeting laws. Which of these terms are so onerous you cannot accept this offer? The injunction? You have been operating under a more strict injunction than the one offered in the settlement agreement for more than a year. And one of your primary arguments to the court is to ask that the preliminary injunction should not issue was that it would be too difficult to operate as a board while following the court's injunction. An injunction would just require you to obey the law. Many people have noticed that since the injunction entered, you have been operating far better as a board without some members having to fear that other members are conspiring together outside an open meeting. So what possible argument are you going to be able to use in front of the court when you have been operating better now as a board than before the injunction issued? The attorney fees, you have spent more than 3 times as much as the plaintiff on your own attorney fees at this point. And most of the fees for both sides are due to your own intransigence, and willingness to fight over non-issues or settled issues. How much have you spent continuing to fight for a jury trial when your own counsel failed to pay the required jury fee by the deadline? The biggest sticking point has been the unwillingness of the board and the named defendants to simply admit they violated the law. It took hours of billable attorney and mediator time, all on taxpayer dollars, for you to fight from saying that you may have violated the open meetings law to that you likely violated the open meeting laws, to finally realizing that no settlement was going to happen without an admission that the law was broken. You have even been given the cover of being able to say that you broke these laws under the advice, bad advice as it may have been, of legal counsel. Because I truly believe that is what happened. But failing to admit these mistakes and moving on has seriously damaged your standing and that of Douglas County School District. And it almost
15
certainly
seconds remaining.
resulted in the failure of the MLO, a complete failure of your duties to take care of the districts, its teachers, and its students. The cover-up is always worse than the crime, and continuing to cover up just compounds the crime. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Iverson. On behalf of Mr. Marshall, Meg Furlow, and then online, we will go with Tiffany Baker. Ms. Furlow.
Good evening, directors. Tonight, you have the opportunity to put some of the past to rest and move forward so we can continue to work toward our mutual goal of great schools in our community. The way to do this is by admitting that you violated Colorado's open meeting laws and had non-public discussions regarding the firing of Corey Wise. Accepting the settlement and responsibility for wrongdoing is a step in showing integrity to the community and taxpayers. I know I and many others had sticker shock seeing our latest property assessments, which is going to make an MLO and bond that much harder to pass this year. Show the taxpayers you are done wasting money on this lawsuit so that we can move forward in getting DCSD teachers and staff the pay they deserve. Dragging out this lawsuit will only hurt our district. Finally, I request that you learn from past mistakes and move forward conducting public business in public with the input of the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Furlow. Mr. Blair, do we have Ms. Baker online?
I am asking that Directors Peterson, Williams, Weinegar, and Myers continue to follow the same rules set forth in the injunction from Judge Holmes. Issue a statement to the media acknowledging that you violated the Colorado Open Meetings Law. Include how much the district has paid in legal services to Hall & Evans and Gessler Blue LLC to date. If the settlement is finalized this week, cover the plaintiff's $66,000 of legal fees. The partisan conservative directors on this board have not taken full accountability for how much your politics and affiliation with advocacy groups like FAIR and hiring political legal representation like Gessler Blue LLC have cost taxpayers financially. This has negatively impacted our school district and staffing, and possibly with a failed MLO and bond attempt, which would have increased teacher salaries and helped to build new neighborhood schools. The top reason employees believe that MLO and bond was not successful was the board. The favorability of this board has sunk from 61% in 2018 down to 32% in 2023. Your political actions have cost taxpayers in the district's insurer a combined estimated $1,092,000 in legal fees, settlements, and the educational equity forums for an already existing policy. Taxpayers can now be looking at covering the additional $66,000 if you agree on the settlement today because the insurer denied coverage for defending this litigation. Cost and staffing, the special education services officer and a CFO resigned because of your politics. There are currently 209 open licensed positions on your job board compared to Jeffco's 56 and Cherry Creek's 81 openings for certified teachers. The interference of political advocacy groups on school boards has real consequences, which is why we need Directors Peterson, Williams, Weingart, and Myers to issue a statement to the media acknowledging this violation and to include a sincere apology rather than passing blame like was done following your most recent settlement when Director Peterson said, "As one director, I voted to terminate the former superintendent due to a lack of competency, period." It was not our former superintendent's lack of competency that cost $832,000 in a settlement. You have repeatedly gone against your campaign promise to be transparent. Taxpayers and staff deserve a public apology and for directors to follow the law. Thank you.
15 seconds remaining.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. That takes us to the end of item number 6. And now we are on item number 7, convene in executive session. The recommendation is that the Board of Education convenes an executive session, a closed session for purposes of holding conference with the district's attorneys to receive legal advice on specific legal questions pursuant to CRS Section 24-6402-4B regarding pending litigation, specifically Marshall versus Douglas County Board of Education et al., pending in district court, Douglas County, case number 2022-CV-30071. Do I have a motion to convene an executive session as stated?
Motion to convene in executive session.
Motion by Myers, do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Weiniger. I'll now take the roll. Hanson?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Quick question, did we receive a legal memo or any kind of communication from our attorney regarding this executive session? Did I miss something?
I did not receive anyone specific to this specific executive session.
Okay. I'm going to say yes, but I'm just again going to protest that again, we're moving into an executive session without a clear agenda from our attorney nor communication.
Okay, that is an aye from Ray. Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
Motion is passed 7-0 to enter executive session as stated. The board will enter executive session and come out into open session following the executive session. Requested in the executive session are all board directors and Jeff Blue from the law firm of Gessler Blue. of Education will come back into session. We are on item number 8, board discussion and action regarding settlement offer in the matter of Marshall versus Douglas County Board of Education et al. Pending in District Court, Douglas County, case number 2022-CV-30071. I will open it up to board members for discussion of positions and then take any motions at any time. Director Williams.
So I have maintained for over a year now that I do not believe that I did anything illegal. I maintain that I am not guilty. And so therefore, I'm going to motion to reject the offer on the table.
Is that a formal motion to reject the settlement as
Yes.
presented? Can we have a motion by Williams? Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Weininger. We have a motion on the table to reject the settlement as offered. And just for anyone listening, we don't have the ability to modify, amend, or wordsmith that proposed settlement as a board. It's either an acceptance or a rejection. So with that, I'll open it to discussion on the motion.
Well, I think it's important for our public maybe to,
Go-
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Director Ray.
I think it's important for our public to know some of the key requirements of the settlement. It was posted on our agenda, but those key requirements include that the defendants are enjoined from engaging in discussion of public business or taking formal action by 3 or more members of the Board of Education, either as a group or through a series of meetings by less than 3 members at a time, except in public meetings open to the public. And the other key term of the agreement was that the defendants, Myers, Peterson, Williams, and Winiger, would acknowledge that pursuant to the legal advice of counsel, they had non-public discussions among 3 or more members concerning public business in violation of the Colorado Open Meetings Law. And then the third requirement is to pay the plaintiff $66,000 for their legal fees. So I want to just begin there so that our public understands that that's what the motion is rejecting, is not agreeing to do, I guess, either of those 3 things. I do have a lot of discussion talking points, but I will allow my colleagues to jump in. I just wanted to set the stage.
Okay, thank you, Director Ray. Any other comments, discussion with the motion on the table? Director Meek.
So I came here tonight hoping we would be able to put this unfortunate episode behind us. 2 years ago, when the superintendent was fired without cause, I stated publicly on the dais why I felt the board's action was a violation of the Colorado Open Meeting Law. That law aims to promote openness and transparency in government and to ensure that the public has a voice in the decisions made by their elected officials. Colorado Open Meeting Law is more than just limiting the number of board members involved in private discussions. It requires any governmental body to discuss public business or to take formal action in meetings, and those meetings must be open to the public. Changing the direction of leadership for the largest employer in Douglas County and the public education system that impacts property values, our children's educational opportunities, it certainly qualifies as public business. When the then superintendent was told that he needed to either resign or retire effective that week, or another action would be taken, members of this board clearly violated the law. That decision to give an ultimatum to the current sitting superintendent was made without the entire board having one single conversation. In fact, when the superintendent was provided the ultimatum, 3 of the 7 board members were still in the dark on what was happening. 2 years have passed, and I feel as strongly today as I did then that that those actions were egregious and frankly indefensible. I also stated that as a board majority, that majority can clearly make any decisions they want to make. They just need to follow the law. The TRO we've been operating under that orders us to follow the law is honestly how the board operated prior, and is simply how we should be operating as a board. I don't know how any board members can defend spending taxpayer resources, money that should be spent in support of students, to try to prove that you had the right to act in the manner that happened. We should simply agree to adhere to the Colorado Open Meeting Law. This is what a responsible leadership would look like. As board members, we have a fiduciary responsibility to ensure district resources are spent toward the organization fulfilling its mission. The continuation of this legal suit is a violation of our fiduciary duty and will further erode the public's trust. In the most recent polling conducted, the board's favorability rating was 32%. And the district's top concern above all others is it being too political. Voting to decline this settlement agreement and continuing to fight this lawsuit only feeds into the already negative view the public holds of this board. Shouldn't we be working toward building trust and demonstrating that we can make decisions that are in the best interest of the district and not individual board members? Voting yes to settle this lawsuit will demonstrate good financial stewardship. It demonstrates putting our students first and supports the district's work above individual board members' interests.
Hey, thank you, Director Meek. Other directors? Director Ray?
Well, I want to ask a couple of questions. So I mentioned the requirements of the settlement, and Director Williams led off by stating she felt she was innocent and still proclaims that. But I'm curious, what in that statement about having non-public discussions concerning public business, what do you feel like, when you read that statement, what do you disagree with in that statement?
My problem is with what I would have to say out loud to the media. I'm sorry, but I would never give advice to my child to admit guilt when they didn't feel like they were guilty. And nor would I expect a student in the district to do the same, just to take the easy way out, to get out of quote-unquote trouble.
My question, though, is a little bit different. It's do you feel that you did not have non-public discussions that were concerning public business?
I don't feel like this is the interpretation of the Colorado's open meetings law that I would use.
Okay.
Other directors?
I mean, I would like to hear from all of the four of you, because the statement to me says that we had non-public discussions concerning public business, and I just want to understand that, and I get that my interpretation of the open meetings law may be different, but I want to understand, do you feel like that it would be wrong to state that you had non-public conversations about concerning district business? That's my question.
Director Weiniger?
Yeah, so similar thing as Director Williams is the violation in Colorado open meeting laws is what I disagree with of the settlement. I don't believe there was any violation. I believe there was a vote in public on the decision, and that was in public, and that's what was open meeting. And I believe that the plaintiff is welcome to remove this from the settlement, and perhaps then we can get this thing behind us. And it would, if this does end up going to trial, it'd be really nice, and we win, if we win, it'd be really nice if he decided and offered to pay our side of the legal fees, but no matter what, we're going to have to pay the whole thing. So this is really on the plaintiff. The cost that he is costing our taxpayers right now is on him.
And Director Myers, did you want to respond? You are not obligated to do so.
I was under the impression in the conversation when all this began, back when I believed that it was okay for me to call Director Peterson and tell him exactly how I felt, and then I could turn around and call Director Williams and say, this is how I feel. And I think if Director Williams can remember, I actually made a statement to her one night walking out of a board meeting and saying, well, that was a shit show. Apparently, it's not going to work with us with Corey Wise. And that's all I said. So I don't remember, I don't remember calling Director Peterson saying, oh, guess what Christie said? Oh, guess what Kaylee said? I said what I said. I did not break the Colorado Sunshine Law. I said and voiced my opinion and my opinion only.
Yeah, I'll respond as well. The problem I have is that last statement in violation of Colorado open meeting laws. Again, I don't interpret it that way. In fact, had Mr. Zansberg presented something without B, if he had presented Part A, which is the revised injunction, and I'd like to point out that this proposed settlement that everyone was posted today is not the current injunction. It would be a new injunction. The current injunction forbids any one member from talking to any other member once they've talked to a member. So just to give an example, if I talk to Director Williams about the weather, I can no longer talk to the weather with any other board member, even if I don't reveal what Director Williams feels about the weather. So this is not the injunction we've been living under. What is sitting here in this settlement is a proposed much less restrictive injunction, so I don't have a problem with that as one director. If that's what Mr. Zansberg wants to say, that's actually how I feel fine with that. Going to Part C, the board will pay money to the plaintiff. I know the plaintiff to cover legal costs. That's pretty standard. I see that in everything. I do wonder what Mr. Marshall's going to do with his GoFundMes he started if he's getting full payment from the board, but that's neither here nor there. I am fine with that. The only problem that I have is one director with the proposed settlement, which is actually why I do not believe I will be voting for it, is the statement in violation of Colorado open meetings law, because like Director Williams, I've got kids and I'm not going to tell them to, hit the easy button if it's something that they do not believe to be true. Any other directors? Director Hansen.
Just to clarify, trying to move conversation forward and know where I need to spend my time focusing my comments. Are we in agreement as a board of 7 that we would agree to the first 2 terms, the $66,000 to plaintiff's counsel and the terms of the injunction moving forward?
We cannot change that tonight. I mean, obviously, we cannot modify this agreement. We could state for the public record where each director believes, in case Mr. Zansberg and Marshall collectively wanted to come back with an alternate agreement, we could state that tonight. If you wanted to, I mean, I'll go first. I just stated it. Now again, this is not the injunction we're under. This is a revised new injunction. And if I could settle this for money paid, and I would abide by this current injunction, because I don't believe the new one would sufficiently limit board and committees and other people in the state, not just this board. So if you're asking me my opinion as one director, if even the last sentence, if B as it's presented here were stricken, I would be voting in favor of accepting the settlement, but that's not the case.
And I am very clear on where you stand. I just want to make sure I understand where everyone else is.
Sure, if you'd like, I'll just start with Director Meek. You don't have to answer, but if you would like to offer an opinion on what you would do. Director Meek declines. Any other directors?
I'm not trying to corner anybody. I just don't want to talk about, I don't want to spend all of my time talking about something if we already agree on it, and I'm not sure where everybody is. Would everyone agree to paying the $66,000 and to the terms of the injunction as it is proposed in the injunction? Or, I'm sorry, as it is proposed in the settlement agreement?
Any other directors that would like to comment on that? Again, you're not committed to. Director Williams? I'm only saying that because you keyed your mic.
Begrudgingly, I probably would vote if B was gone.
Any other directors wish to comment? And again, you're not required to. Director Ray.
Well, I mean, I would just say, and we've heard it from our commenters, and I've said it for a long time, is that we have operated under an injunction for over a year now without problems. And if anything, I think the silver lining has been that injunction has helped us actually kind of do some work together, because we don't have the suspicion that there's conspiring going on off of the dais. So I would support the injunction that Director Peterson read, whether it's the new one or the past one. I would support that. Yes, absolutely. I would also support paying $66,000, because I think we have fooled around and kicked this thing down the road for way too long. When you look at that, we're potentially going to be having $250,000 in legal fees if we settle now. We are on our way to spending $250,000 of district funds on this issue. And so I have said many times, repeatedly in public, stop, settle, let's move on. And so I absolutely would support the two conditions of the settlement.
Any other directors on any comments? Director Weiniger.
Yes, if B was removed, I would support it.
All right, any comments, or we still have a motion on the table to reject, but I'll continue. Any other comments, discussion that directors want to make? Director Wright, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, so if we look at the intent of open meetings law, it is to do district business in public. Short and sweet. That's what sunshine law and open meetings law is. To hear you say that you feel like it was okay for you to have this daisy chain conversation about the performance of the superintendent, and that didn't violate the spirit of doing district business in public, is hard for me to understand. I get that there's this integrity piece of being able to say, I made a mistake, and when you feel like you didn't. But I don't know how to justify that in my mind, what you did do. Because you did have conversations off of the dais. You did talk about the superintendent's performance not in public, and then try to cure it by coming and having the meeting on February 4th. So I'm trying to have empathy, because I know this is hard. We heard a public commenter say, sometimes you just have to say, okay, I made a mistake. I could have done this better. And I just, it sickens me to think that we're continuing to spend district dollars because we're not willing to simply say, yeah, the way that went down wasn't how we should have done it. And I remember having my phone conversation with Director Williams, and you said many times, this is not the way I envisioned this going. And I respect that. But why on earth we can't come back and say, you know what? All of that was ugly. All of that shouldn't have happened that way. We should have evaluated our superintendent. If we're going to terminate him with cause. I don't know why we can't get to that point. And I feel like we're digging our heels in because of the ego of not being able to admit that what happened back in February was flat out wrong. And I would tell you that the damage that has done to this district, to me, will rank up there as one of the most damaging events to our system, only second to a reform board that came and led this district from 2010 to 2016. And I have to agree with a lot of the public commenters I've heard. I believe this will have a ripple effect on our ability to pass an MLO. I believe it did have already a negative effect. And so for us to sit here and allow our egos to be the thing that drives our decision, as opposed to really looking at how we can put this to bed so we can move on. Because we desperately need to focus our attention on the MLO and bond. But if we've got a jury coming up in June, how on earth is our public going to even begin to be open to the notion that we want to again ask them for additional dollars? So I'm just very frustrated because I was like Director Meek. I really had high hopes that we could just come tonight and just suck it up and just say, okay, we could have done it better. It was done wrong, and we've learned, and we're better because of it. And I really believe we're a better board because of the injunction, because I believe we do everything in public now. There's not the concern that someone's going off and doing a daisy chain communication and trying to do the conspiring before it comes to the dais. So I do believe that's the silver lining of this. But for crying out loud, are we really going to continue to have the district pay more now than $250,000 to defend the actions that, to me, obviously were wrong? So that's where I'm at. So I cannot support the motion that we reject this, because I think this is an opportunity to get it done and move on.
Yeah, and just to respond to that, I'll say that I would absolutely go back in time and do things completely different with the superintendent. I will also say my intent was not to wind up having a meeting a week later. That was in response to other events that occurred by some folks here on the board and then outside entities. I purely planned to have a process move forward. It was very clear in the superintendent's settlement that he considered his firing to occur at that Friday meeting when we did take public action as a board of 7. So again, I appreciate Director Hanson trying to find some, exploration of where people are and what they're having problems with this settlement. But I'll just, without dragging out conversation, I would say that admitting guilt where I believe there is no guilt in violation of Colorado Open Meetings Law. Even in the initial injunction that was put out, we had a judge that said Colorado law is silent on this, and he relied upon Nevada and Hawaii and a couple other states to even put in the temporary injunction. And I, as one director, believe that there's a reason Colorado law was silent on this. Furthermore, I'll go to say this is an interesting evolution. We have a plaintiff who is a member of the House of Representatives here in Colorado. And if he believes the law should be interpreted differently and believes that this should be the standard, this revised injunction or the previous preliminary injunction, or if he has this reading along with Mr. Zansberg of how things should be conducted, he's in the unique position to drop this lawsuit, or at least Part B of it, and he could have easily raised something in committee, or he could have gone to any of his legislator friends instead of litigating and trying to create law or a new interpretation of law in the courts. I mean, he's a legislator, so he has the ability to drop this tomorrow, go propose a change to Colorado law completely in his mind, and I can't read the mind of the legislature. I don't think it would even make it out of committee. But that's my opinion as one director. I'm amazed that he continues to pursue this, and I agree with Director Weiniger, and cost the district additional funds and time. Director Meek.
Yeah, I'm with Director Ray with trying to just understand how you cannot see that the actions were wrong. I mean, the facts are pretty bad. You had 4 board members planned to fire the superintendent, colluded outside of public board meetings, acted without having the authority.
If I could, Director Meek, you're assigning motive that is inappropriate under both Roberts and our norms, and my.
For which part? For which part?
You're claiming
Assigning motives.
collusion, you're saying that we planned to fire the superintendent. I heard directors express concern individually with the superintendent, and then the superintendent was not terminated unilaterally until we had a meeting on the 4th. Again, you're entitled to state some facts, but not to assign motives.
So Mr. Wise was terminated without cause, without public comment, during a single board meeting, with no attempt to correct perceived performance issues, over strenuous objections by parents, teachers, student groups. Do you honestly feel like a public entity should operate that way, and you've done nothing wrong?
Did you have a comment, Director Wong?
I do not feel like this is an appropriate place. I will not be responding to any of those remarks, and I would highly suggest to the others not to.
Yeah, if we vote to not accept this as per the current motion on the board, I'm not going to make a statement on that because it may be prejudicial to further legal proceedings. Any other directors that wish to respond?
Just a point of order, Director Peterson, interrupting Director Meek is in violation of Robert's rules, and I know that you oftentimes use our norms and even a Robert Rules citation around positive intent, but let's be real. This issue, there's not a lot of positive intent that we can keep to. We have to have the fierce conversation, and we shouldn't use Robert's rules nor our norms to squelch freedom of expression. So I would just caution you to allow speakers to speak without interruption, because this is a tough issue. And it doesn't help at all to try to squelch expression. Director Meek expressed her observations and how she felt, and we need to accept that and hear those. So just would object to speakers being interrupted after they've started speaking and have the floor.
Okay, I will start with point of order next time. Thank you, and I can provide you the citation from Roberts offline. Any other director's comments? Director Hanson.
Again, this is obviously a topic that is very emotionally charged for all of us. And I'm hearing a lot of the words I and me, and I am trying so hard to understand and imagine my own perspective. I'm trying to be empathetic, but at the same time, I'm also really trying to think of this on a more global scale other than I and me. We have 64,000 students that we are responsible for, and we have already spent between $225,000 and $250,000. That's a sunk cost. That's gone. If we go to trial, we are going to be looking at a number that's probably double that. I would feel really confident saying that we would be around $500,000 if we have a 3-day jury trial with all of the prep, all of the work. We are committing dollars, and I know it's been said we have a legal budget, but we're smart enough, our community is smart enough. If that money may very well be budgeted, but if it isn't spent at the end of the year, it rolls over into something that does go to kids. This is absolutely taking dollars from kids. And I know you care about kids. And the piece of this that I feel like we never really had a chance to discuss is how our staff feels about this. And if I had had an opportunity to weigh in on this decision before it was made to terminate Corey, I would have said, Corey fills a role in this community that no one else ever will be able to, because let's think of it like this. Now that you guys have been here for a year and a half, I think you guys have seen the quilt of the culture that our staff have. And that's what keeps people here. Our teachers care about each other. When you go in buildings, you can see and you can feel how much they genuinely love coming to work because of the people who are in the classrooms across from them, who are in their staff meetings. That has always been what has kept people coming back to Douglas County. And Corey was a part of that. Corey taught in those classrooms. Corey was a principal in those buildings. When he was a director of schools, he was out in every one of his schools constantly. He was a constant presence. He was a part of this community of our teachers. I'm watching what this conversation is doing to us. We're going at each other. We are absolutely rewinding all of the progress that we have made. And if we choose to go forward to trial in June, this is what's going to happen in our community again. This is how our teachers are going to feel. This is how everyone watching this trial, which is going to be another media spectacle, it's going to be an absolutely chaotic time when our entire community needs to be focused on coming together, not reliving something that was such a horrible part of division and tension and a real shadow on the culture of this district. And I don't know how to express to you how much it matters to me that this conversation becomes about more than I and me. We have to consider students, we have to consider staff, and we have to consider our community.
Thank you, Director Hansen. Other directors? Okay, we do have a motion on the table with a second. I think everyone's spoken their piece, so I will call the roll. The motion,
President Peterson, would you just repeat the motion?
yeah, the motion is to reject the settlement from Robert Marshall and Steve Sandsberg as presented. So to be very clear, if you vote aye, you are voting to reject. If you vote no, you are not voting to reject. That does not mean acceptance, right? So it's just on the motion is to reject the settlement. So again, just to be clear, an aye vote is rejecting the settlement. A no vote is not accepting it. There would have to be a separate motion to accept, and we would have to vote on that depending on what happens with the first vote. So with that, Director Hansen.
No.
Hansen is no. Director Meek.
Continuing this lawsuit is selfish, a waste of taxpayer money. It takes resources away from students and is just plain wrong. No.
Director Meek is a no. Director Myers.
Aye.
Peterson, aye for reasons previously stated. Director Ray.
I would concur that with Director Meek, and I think we've just tainted our ability to put an MLO on the ballot and be successful. So my vote is a no.
Ray is a no. Director Williams.
Aye.
Director Weiniger.
Just an appeal to the plaintiff to drop the suit to stop wasting taxpayer dollars. I'm an aye.
The motion as made passed by a vote of 4-3. Moving to the final.
Director Peterson?
Yes, go ahead.
I just have a follow-up question for everybody. I really need to understand what the expectations of the board of a group of 7 of us are going to look like going forward. I know we haven't voted to put an MLO and a bond campaign on the ballot, but you have all said you're struggling with this for your own moral compass. I am now greatly struggling with what my role is on this board because of my moral compass. And I need to hear from each of you very specifically what your expectations are to go to the community and request additional dollars, knowing that we just committed the district to $500,000 out of our students and out of our teachers' hands. And I really need to hear from each of you.
I'll honor you with a response. We have a item on for tomorrow night. I think it's an hour long, if I recall, MBEC presentation. I want to hear from our MBEC, and I honestly, I wouldn't, if you asked me for a vote tonight, I need to see where the legislature goes. I need to see where this property tax assessment and everything goes. I need to look at a whole bunch of things before I make my mind up. If in a vacuum, do I support 5A, 5B? If as discussed in general. At this point, I absolutely do. We won't have that vote yet till a later time, but I support that concept, but we cannot support that concept in a vacuum. We have to look at everything, and I'm frankly looking forward to hearing from the MBEC tomorrow night, and I have a bunch of questions for them. Director Williams.
I mean, I feel like I've always made clear that I wanted that. I mean, I was out knocking doors last year. I've been a liaison to MBEC now 2 years in a row. I stay committed to our teachers and our students, and I, for one, choose to separate each issue and look at them independently, and I recognize not everybody can do that, but that's how I choose to look at things, and that's how I will continue to look at things going forward. But obviously, we have MBEC presenting tomorrow night and just looking at other things. But yes, I absolutely support.
Any other directors, if they wish to make a statement? Okay, we have none. Director Hanson, did you have any further comments? Okay, we will move to item number 9, adjournment. Do I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
So moved.
By Weiniger, do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Myers. I will now take the roll. Hanson? Hanson is an aye. Meek? Myers?
Aye.
Peterson, aye. Ray?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Weiniger?
Aye.
7-0. This hereby completes the meeting of the Board of Education.